Hello, I am the Ronan Paul. That ends weirdly, doesn't it? Welcome to a twitch.tv/Ronan Paul live stream. On twitch.tv/Ronan Paul. What the truck? Is this Pika Pop? I don't know. What the truck? What's your truck? What's the truck with you today? Feeling good? You feeling loose? You feeling like... Did you hear the pops? Did you hear the snap? You want to snap your pop in my ear now? I Zambien! Hello, and alouetic. It's not alouetic. It's alouetic. Alouetic, huh? Alouetic. For fine mic settings. Oh, thank you for reminding me. Sly Hooper, Warrior 4536. Where's... So many people here, and mainly a lot of names that, I'm going to be honest, I don't recognize. Sly Hooper, and Warrior, and Zambien, and hi! Welcome to Kerbal Space Program. I'm going to be SSTOing today. Yesterday, last live stream, we built my first plane in, I don't know, however long it's been since I played Kerbal Space Program last, which was a long time ago. Hey, there she is. Built my first plane in a while, built my first SSTO in a while. The SSTO just barely worked, and I gotta be honest with you, I may have tweaked it a little bit. I may have tinkered with it before I started up the live stream. I may have ripped the whole front of it off, and it's fine. It's no big change. It's not a big deal. Should I get KSP, says Zambien. Does that answer your question? KSP2 is going to be 2021, maybe 2022. If they push it back again, I would be fine with them pushing it back again. So if you've right, yes, basically, yeah. I'd say you should get KSP. You should get Kerbal Space. If you don't have it, it's a horrible game. It does it, but like, you learn how to get around it the way that it's designed, and you mob the crap out of it, but there's nothing like it. There's nothing that gets anywhere near this level of this kind of fun, basically. Why are all the names over there blue? You know what? These things, leave them up to God. I can't get involved. Alutic. Alright, Alutic. Does a heroin addict really recommend heroin to other users? I think so, actually, because they're trying to get them to buy, and then once they do, maybe they'll share kind of a deal. I don't know. Maybe they just stab the other dude, take the money, and no, I don't know. I'll try heroin this weekend. I'll let you know how it works out for me. Good evening, Snowman Olaf. Houston and other beautiful Kerbals and humans. Alright. So, let me show you what I've already done. One is I have mastered control over time. I can make the sun rise at my command. Rise, sun! Rise! It takes a minute, though. You gotta you just get it going, and then you wanna let off the gas, or else you will go careening down that hill of raising the sun. Hello, Dramatian. How you doing? So let me show you what I did here.
Impressive.
No. Impressive is how that's meant to be. Meant to be said. Thank you, Snowman Olaf. So, yesterday we had the Overkill Mark III is what we ended on. This was the Overkill Mark III, and we could get it to orbit. Just barely, if you fly it right, makes it to orbit as an SSTO, single stage, gets you done, looks a little bit overkill, that's why we called it the Overkill, huh? But it is carrying, I mean, look at the thing, it's got room for 3, so it's overkill, but it's, so today, I gave it a paint job, Overkill Mark IV, moved some things around, I think. It's something with, I think I moved the electrics into a little pod back here, and a thing and another thing and some stuff. Don't worry about it, we're not gonna be here long. I moved some things around, tweaked it, tinkered with it. I realize now that my balls, you know my balls? I had balls of liquid fuel that were tucked into, I had this in a different place. They were tucked in somewhere. My balls weren't draining. We were just carrying the weight of that fuel up, I think. I think anyway, because the balls were, you know, I don't know, but I think they weren't draining. So I added some fuel ducting, because one of the times it's supposed to, if it's surface mount, it's just supposed to drain now, apparently. It doesn't all the time, I guess. I got up while I was flying the ship, one of the engines went out. It said, you know, and it complained that it couldn't access liquid fuel. What? And it was draining from one side and not the other. I got it back in here. I couldn't see a reason for it, so fuck it. Once I gave it all the fuel linings like I used to would, it's held together. It was the way that it's supposed to be. So that's the Mark IV. It gets to it gets to orbit more reliably. But really, where I wanted to take this was to what I have deemed the underkill. The underkill removes any pilot whatsoever and gives us seating for 4 tourist Kerbals on our way up. It is probe controlled, and I moved things around yet again a bit and tucked things into places in such a way as I think the Overkill was ridiculously not aerodynamic for reasons that I can't necessarily tell you why. Same reasons why my throat is... I have allergies, actually, so I can tell you why my throat is full of crap. But yeah, I get the impression that this one is way more aerodynamic, and let's go fly it, and I'll show you why. You just go take it out. There's nobody in there. We don't got any tourists to take. But, you know, we'll take it up. We'll see what she can do. Did you see the launch yesterday, Ronan, of Falcon Heavy to Mars? No, I didn't. I didn't realize they were... I read an article that NASA sent a helicopter to Mars. I don't know what's going on in real world. I try and stay out of the real world, you know? I make the sun rise every morning. That's all you're getting from me. SAS on, throttle to full. We don't need the SAS, but we're going to fly with SAS. Brakes off, and then she immediately starts bouncing again. Look at this.
Helpful
Still
hint
bounce.
on the right side of the screen, the tab just below the resources tab allows you to adjust the action groups.
Right side of the screen, the tab just below the resources tab. Oh, allows me to edit action groups live? Nifty. Okay. Good. That's a huge tip, Dramatian. Thank you so much for that. We're still bouncing. We like to bounce, apparently. Go. So, we've got 2 of these here Panther afterburner engines, and you're gonna see why I think the last one was just ridiculously not aerodynamic for some reason. Pretty early on, it's gonna have everything to do with speed in the in the lower atmosphere, and speed later, and speed just all around. The replacing what was the cockpit with an extra crew cabin there, it didn't actually change the weight much, you know? Just go ahead and pull up, take off, gear in. She pulls off, she flies lovely. With the SAS, without, we'll turn the SAS off, and I'll just trim her. I'll just trim her a bit. You can see me trimming her over here on the pitch, holding Alt and, you know, hitting the key that you want to just sort of become, just stick there, you know? So now the pitch is just going to stick there until I want to do things. But, yeah, I don't know that pulling off 0.1, 0.2 tons worth of difference really, you know, made a difference or was going to make a difference, as much as just aerodynamics of the craft. But this thing flies a lot faster now, has been my experience with it. What's wrong? It hasn't crashed yet. Yeah, that too. There's very weird things going on here. I really like the way that this looks now. You'll note that I moved the... I decided to just have the 2 surface mount air intakes, and I just have them on the bottom. It's just nice to show off your wings, isn't it? But look at this. In low atmosphere, we're getting up to 200 and something meters per second. We're also going well off of the 90 with a bit of a turn. This craft does have a tendency to list to the right for some reason. Like, if I leave it like this, it will eventually roll itself back to the right. But look at, we're already getting, like, aero effects and getting up to 250 meters per second. What are you doing? Well, stay on that direction. You want to get back to the 90. We are also descending now. But this was speed that we weren't seeing at all in the last version of this craft. So, yeah. Yeah. I think there's something... And, you know, Kerbal, especially with planes and stuff, the aerodynamics, it's kind of hard to trust any of the aerodynamics with Kerbal. Just going to nose up a bit and start climbing. Not too fast, not in a hurry to get anywhere. But with the aerodynamics of, you know, occlusion and whatnot, it's always hard to tell whether or not the thing that you put on is going to actually be occluded by something. You know, or at least there's always room for you to be like, I'm not sure if it's really going to do what I told it to do. There tends to be room for that. So I think we probably just had some weird surface mount things going on that Kerbal, you know... If I would have F12s and looked real hard for them, I could have seen where there was drag that there didn't need to be. It's just difficult to find it. This one, whatever I did in moving things around, seems to have just worked a trick. Just worked a trick. I've actually moved the batteries are now up here, embedded into the nose cone with the probe and, well, extra electric. Yeah. And I think I went ahead and put a barometer and thermometer in there, too. I don't know if I did or not. I don't know if I gave a crap or not. Let's do... Well, no. I'm gonna be flying this to, you know, orbit here to prove the concept. And since we are going to be flying it to orbit, the best place that I've found to monitor the liquid fuel consumption, specifically just liquid fuel, not oxidizer, is off of one of these small tanks, the Mark 0 liquid fuselage that's down here. Because this is 50, so, you know, it's easy to do the math in your head and go, okay, if that's 50, then that would be, and so we've gone through such and such percentage of our fuel. You know, 50 out of, double it, basically. Double the number, and you know, 43 times 2 is 86. It's 86, it's more like, because we're closer to 44, but it's 86% of our fuel remains. So that's what I'm doing to monitor our fuel usage. We're climbing ever so slowly. Let's go ahead and tilt up a little bit, because we want to start at, I think a little above 5 kilometers has been working out for me, but I did just before the live stream end up, like, finishing, you know, tweaking with this craft on my own, and said, oh, let's bring it to the live stream and let's keep going for the moon. Because I feel a lot better about this SSTO and about SSTOs in general, having gotten to here with this guy. This one really, really makes that runaway speed we've been looking for. You know, it's your cousin, Marvin Barry. It's Barry, your and it's that sound you've been looking for on this. There you go. Keep some of that speed. as we rise. But the other thing is that the craft is now stable enough. It wasn't stable enough before that I could actually do this, but if I could just get the fucking wings on the horizon here. It's very tricky in this craft to get them on the horizon, and it keeps wanting to spin itself. But I can actually go to 2 times Fizz Warp, which is nice for getting you where you want to go as well. Maybe I could get away with 3 times. Haven't tested it. Haven't tried it. Don't care to know about it. I'm going to nose down at this point and start making speed while we're running dry. Make a little bit of dry speed before we get these engines wet, you know? So see whatever speed I can get up to while they're dry. It doesn't look like we're going to get a lot more out of them. At 5,500, maybe I'm going a little bit early. Maybe I'm not, but I can't be asked. Go. Alright, so now the engines are wet, pumping a lot more fuel into them. It means we need a lot more air, which is why we've got all the intakes on there. Any recommendations for KSP mods? SSTO. SSTO. I recommend science alerts for the career game, if you're going to be playing career. I recommend probably Kerbal Alarm Clock. I still need to install that myself for getting transfer windows. It's just kind of stupid in the game, the way that transfer windows don't really work. I recommend environmental visual enhancements for making it look good, and Scatterer. I think those are my 4 main recommendations. I've tried to keep my own mod installation small and light, because the more mods you put in, the more unstable KSP becomes. Germasian Cheering 10. When building the craft, you can also make flaps to help with low-speed lift. Right-click on the electrons? The elevons, and turn off the roll pitch and yawl, and then set up an action group to deploy the elevon. I completely forgot about, you know, that I could disable roll and stuff like that. These are really good tips you're giving me, Germasian. To just have the control authority that we want on each part of the ship. Okay, nope. Alright. That's... You know what the problem was? I was still in 2 times Fizz Warp, so we're fine. That was all to plan. I was in 2 times Fizz Warp. You know what? Just F9 me back to the last place that we were in the air, and we'll do this right. I kind of over-controlled it, was the thing. Because I was in the Fizz Warp. Where were we at this point? We were still going up with speed. Alright, go ahead and flatten back out a bit. At 48. Get something called CCAN to help install mods for KSP. I've used that in the past. It's nice when they, like, update them and stuff like that. Yeah, maybe I should get CCAN to make it easier. Yeah. Not a bad tip. SSTO to the moon today? That's the plan. That's the plan. This one, I'm just kind of showing off what I've done with it, where we stand with it. I'm going to nose down again, because we're going to start making a whole bunch of... I'm just going to put my wings dead on the horizon, if I can get them there. Dead on the horizon, and then fire up those engines. F5 from here. In case I slam the craft into the air again at 2 times Fizz Warp. Let's not do 2 times Fizz Warp. What if we don't? We're patient fellas, aren't we? And ladies. Are there any ladies here? Hey, ladies. Welcome to the live stream. I'm taken. I'm taken. Wow. Crazy to say. Crazy to think. But yeah, look at that. There we go. Getting some nice, strong aero effects. 330 meters per second at 5.3 kilometers. And the faster we go, the higher we'll get. I don't know if those... You don't want to say those in the wrong scenario. The wrong... Just could be misinterpreted, is my point there. I'm going to, again, try and get my wings level, and then I'm just going to keep the wings on the horizon for now, so that we can build this runaway speed that we're looking for. And oh yeah, put this back up, so we can see how much of our liquid fuel reserves we've gone through. This is just representing how much liquid fuel we've got on the craft, because we've got it tucked in a number of different places, as just liquid fuel, not oxidizer. But watching one of them like this, because I've got the fuel flow priority set up so that it will drain exclusively the liquid fuel tanks first. That allows me to monitor it. Hello, Mantis 101. Can you rescue the Kerbal with this? Not with this. Definitely not with this. We gotta go to the moon. And this ain't going to the moon, and also there's no front door on it, so we couldn't pick them up. But that's what we're headed for today. That is the plan for today, is to take this design and build on it. Build on the basics in order to make one that's bigger, stronger, meatier, and goes straight to moon. Are we in chase cam, by the way? I think we were. Paul. Okay, go ahead and F5 from here. We're not through half of our liquid fuel yet. We've gone through half of it, and the runaway speed is running away. Nicishly. I'm not sure if this is... I was flying this very well. I was flying all of my SSTOs better and better and better all day. But once we get down to half the liquid fuel, we'll see where we are. I think I want to be making 500 meters per second at about the half liquid fuel here. We are still rising, and we do want to keep going up. But I want the speed first before I nose up. So a little bit down, even further on the horizon, please. There you go. Just put all of that energy into going forward, and we are at half our liquid fuel remaining at 465 meters per second. I need this to run away more, please. This is moon landing one, not the rescue one. This is Mantis 101. Nothing's going to land on the moon. Our plan today is to build an SSTO that can get out to lunar orbit. And because we got 2 Kerbals that want to do that for a tourism, so we want to take 2 Kerbals and have 1 empty slot because there's somebody apparently lost in orbit around the moon as well. Now from here, if I can start tilting up without losing the speed, if it'll keep building the speed, there we go. I'm going to start tilting up. Now that this craft is this much more aerodynamic, supposedly, we get proper runaway speed. This will be up to 750, maybe even 800 meters per second by the time we're done with it here today, is the goal. I'd like to bank up more, but don't wanna slow it down on the speed front. Want to see 600 meters per second, please. Taking too long, you're not in space yet. Yeah, SSTOs tend to be like that. You gotta fly them like a plane to height first. It's such a nuisance, isn't it? These engines will continue burning until like 16, 17 kilometers. You know, they'll be losing power the higher we get up, but they will still contribute quite a ways. We've made 600 meters per second. Still got a fair whack of liquid fuel we're operating on. I'm going to bank up a little bit more now if I can. And keep making that speed. I can, and I have, and I did, and I'm done. There we go. Try and get those wings flat again. No. Back to the right anyway. Whoa, okay. That's just going to scrub speed the more you flap your wings in the air. But we're up to 11 kilometers here, 600 and some meters per second. I'm going to actually nose down now and try and get all the speed that I can out of this before we get so high that we're not getting enough air to feed these engines. So again, just slowly tapping down. Just level. And see how much speed we can get off of this. 10, so I guess 20% of our liquid fuel is still remaining. To 700 and some meters per second at 13.3 kilometers. Slow and steady wins the race. Slow and steady makes us go very, very fast. Apparently. And, I think I will let it sort of drift off upwards to keep making height. Nah. Nose it down. Nose it down again, Paul. Nose it down. Wings on the horizon. There we go. 750 meters per second, coming up on 10% of our liquid fuel remaining. When we hit 5, that'll be 10. 760 meters per second now. Lots of things stuck in throat. Allergies. Beset live streamer. Live. On stream. Tune in today. Stay tuned for our 24-hour coverage of this rapidly emerging story. Streamer has crap lodged in throat while piloting SSTO to orbit of Kerbin. 775 meters per second It's time to start going up, friends. I'm gonna start banking us up. And because we're losing the speed, I'm gonna fire off this little stage. And we're gonna pull up our apoaps kind of stuff. I want to bank up more. I definitely want to bank up more. And now I'm gonna fire off the main stage. And let's go. Let's go. Bank up more. 20. Hold at 20, please. I don't like how, you know, in Kerbal the SAS doesn't have as much, like, power, apparently, to adjust itself as you have when you're controlling it. So we want to get out of lower atmosphere, you know, at this point, quickishly. Quickishly would be good if we got out of the lower atmosphere, because it's just going to be, there you go, at 18.7 kilometers, those engines no longer had enough air to breathe. But, you know, we're a very draggy kind of a ship here, aren't we? Being a plane and all, we kind of use that drag to, you know, accomplish things, to go places, create lift and whatnot. So getting out of the lower atmosphere would be a good idea. I think I should have banked up a little bit more, if I'm honest, so I'm going to do so now. Just a touch, though. I don't want to make too many strong corrections here. Let's look at our orbital speed, because our orbital speed is more. Apoaps at 34 kilometers, we have 1,500 meters per second delta V remaining, and it burns it rather, like, slowly, rather efficiently, it seems to me, how it goes through the liquid fuel on the stage, up to 1,300 meters per second. I like to generally try and keep my apoaps within 10 kilometers of me. Maybe I'm crazy, but if I can keep the apoaps sort of 10 kilometers above me, it seems to work out better. So I'm gonna nose down a bit more. I don't know if this works out better for a space plane, but it's what I've done for efficient, you know, to orbit burns generally speaking. So we'll find out right now. Hold it at like 10 degrees on the bubble, I think. Yeah, it's 35 is ours and 45 is our apoapsis. So I'm doing what I said I wanted to do. Anyway, we're up to 36 kilometers now. Gonna start banking down a little bit more. Okay, don't run away. SAS, do your job. There you go, it's doing the job. You gotta trust it a little bit to pull back. We are getting, you know, two plane weirdness. It's interesting. 1,800 and something meters per second. Apoaps at 52 kilometers at this point. We're at 40. So I'm gonna let us go. I'm gonna let us go up now. No, I'm gonna bank down. I'm gonna bank down again. Put us dead on the horizon. SAS, pull back, pull back, pull back. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Periapsis and apoapsis rising together. As soon as that apoaps gets out into space, which is now, I'm gonna kill those engines. And I'm going to tell you to follow your prograde, if you can. And that's us done. We made 2,200 meters per second worth of speed in that single, you know, burn. 25K wing controls go, Sister Macy. Oh, do they? It controls very well. We set up a really nice craft here. Although one thing that I have noticed is that once you're in space, because the wings are at an angle, the center of mass is affected, and so when you burn the engines real hard, the SAS kind of, you know, you gotta, like, help it to stay where it's supposed to be, is a bit of a thing that happens. But, yeah, we have come up with that. We've got our apoaps right here, and we've done so much good work on the periaps, it's just negative 100 kilometers in there. We're almost halfway around Kerbin with this suborbit already. So F5 me, and yeah, go ahead and fizz warp me up to our apoaps. Get up to the apoaps, we'll burn for orbit and see what we've got left in this craft. I've gotten up before with, I think, just under 300 meters per second of delta V remaining in this as it stands, so looks like we're going to be in that same area, generally speaking, once we're up here. Coming up in the apoaps now. When are we in space? Now, okay. So F5 from here. Shall we do the things? Nah, let's not do the things yet. We'll save it. Give me stability assist instead. And bring me up to the apoaps a little bit closer, a little bit quicker. Okay. Just gonna start burning a little bit on that apoaps. 400 and some meters per second of delta V is what we started the final orbital burn here with. Nose down a bit more. Ooh, hold it. Hold it. Hold it. There you go. There you go. There you go. No, why are you burning below? That's not where I told you to burn. God damn it. Burn here. Periaps is now rising. Yeah, because of the weight imbalance of the ship, that's why it's like burning down, or you know, it's off center. So it's like, why are you doing that? I keep saying, and well, it's because the ship is a little bit imbalanced. So this time we got up here with 233 meters per second of delta V remaining in the craft. That's very good. It's very good. This is an SSTO. It's just meant to go orbital, and it does that. Give me free. Give me the free view so we can see like that. And then I will now show you some of the design that I did when I changed things around. So here's what she looks like when we deploy. Huh? Huh? It's cool deployment, right? It's cool deployment. So that's our deployment right there. At this point, another cool thing is that I can check like what the most efficient version of burning something is with this craft, or at least what the Delta V seems to think it is, because I've got everything on action groups, so I can turn off the jet engines, which aren't contributing to our Delta V at all, but I've just turned those off. If I turn off the sparks, then we're at 232 meters per second of Delta V for what we've got. If I turn the sparks back on for 233, and then I turn off the Reliant, which is what's back there, then it's 240 meters per second. So just burning on the sparks is the most efficient thing up here, apparently. You know, it'll take you a good long time, but it is. But yeah, that's our craft. That's our little SSTO. There's no way to get anybody into it or out of it or anything like that, but here it is. It's meant for tourism, I guess, just around the surface. I don't know, I needed to build an SSTO to get familiar. Draw everything back in, and we will try to land it. Try and land it at the Space Center of all places. How odd would that be? So F5 me from here, and find that there's Space Center. It's gonna be where we left from. Are you? No, you're that one. So here's the Space Center. I'm gonna activate navigation on you, and my idea. What's your idea, Pawn? My idea will be to start descending when we're a little bit less than halfway, because this is a plane, so it's going to make its own lift, and it's going to go a ways around it. We'll go down to 40K on our descent. Yeah. 40K, and it'll look wrong, and it'll come back, and I'll be able to adjust everything while we're in, you know, air, because we'll be able to generate our own lift and stuff and keep ourselves going. But first, I'm going to need to slow down. So go to your retrograde, not your prograde, you silly little ship. And this is where I'm going to burn from abouts, is what I'm thinking. You look so pretty. Let's turn the lights on. There's really not a lot of lights on this thing. Are you on your retrograde? Your orbital retrograde? You are. There we go. There we go. So now we'll fire up the sparks. And drop that periaps down to 40K. 39.7 UK. It's there. It's 70. It's also over here. That's why I tried to sit myself. You gotta look over my shoulder to see shit. But alright, F5. So that's what we'll do with that. And then for our actual, you know, entering of the atmosphere, we're gonna go full on, you know, cross mode, basically. So give me stability assist. stand me up into that there wind, and I think for starters I want to go past it because it's gonna, with our rotation and time warp and stuff, it's gonna continually keep coming back on us. So F5 from here, do that, and with Fizz Warp, yeah, see how over time we're just sort of standing up and 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 up. But creating this, very flat surface of drag is driving our periaps further and further down and pulling our apwaps down as well. Even at these high altitudes that we're at right now, 67 kilometers, having a wall of drag like that, it does a lot. It does quite a bit. And we're trying to come down to the space center here, so kind of want to keep an eye on this periaps. It needs to drop into, the surface of Kerbin, but we want to see it, like, getting to maybe, well, we want it to land right there is what we want. Okay, so look at, there it is. It's coming right now. It's going right to the Space Center now. So I'm going to nose this down. Wait, that's the retrograde pawn. Am I upside down? You're upside down. All right, well then nose me back this way. Okay, we want to be prograde-ish. And then go ahead and flip, please. Okay. Okay. Don't get all pulled and weird into the wind yet. I know we're only at 57K, but okay, there you go. Okay, so here's the deal. Since we're trying to control our descent and come down at a specific point, you see we're coming in way short of that. That's not going to be the case once we start hitting atmosphere. So F5 me, and go ahead and Fizz Warp me again. 4 times Fizz Warp as the sun rises over Kerbin. At least from where we're standing. Where we happen to be sitting right now. And there's apparently some thunderstorms going on around the place. Oh, here we go. Starting to get some heating effects. And slowing down quite a bit. I'm going to go down to 3 times warp. I'm going to go down to 2 times warp. Yes, sir. Oh, we're getting nowhere near the Space Center. Is that going to be a problem? I don't actually think it is. We'll see. I've only done this once. Today. And, in the past year and a half or something. But I think I got an idea of what we want out of it. So, now that we're down to 1,800 and something meters per second, I'm going to go ahead and, nose down a bit. So that we're actually, flying with our prograde to a certain extent. Which means that we will continuously generate our own lift and maintain that speed, and this is gonna it's gonna get us there, basically. It's gonna get us right back to where we were to start, so long as we don't explode with fire. I'm getting that weird total, just, it's in all the directions version of the plasma, but hey, what are you gonna do, is my response to that. F5 from here, before I make a adjustment. I think we're still in 2 times warp pawn. I think you're right. Go ahead and flatten me out a little bit more. Hold there. There we go. And I got rid of the massive plume of... Oh, now it's back! How are we looking now? Looking like we're never going to get to that Space Center. Don't fire the engines until you need them. Okay. Do I have them on? I have the sparks on now. So, sparks off on 3. Jets on over there. Yep. And we've got tons of liquid fuel for this, too. Go ahead and nose down. Whoa. And just go with your prograde. 1,200 meters per second at 31 kilometers. Just wings on the horizon. F5. 3 times Fizz Warp. Yes, sir. 2 times Fizz Warp. 1 times Fizz Warp. Because I want to make an adjustment. Just flat on the horizon, friend. Flat on the horizon. Where's the KSC? It's there. Okay. F5 again. Bizwarp. Bizwarp. And we should be coming over the continent pretty shortly here. We can see the mountains in the distance. There's the edge. There's the edge of it. I would change, if I were, if I had control over Scatterer, or if I knew, things that I could alter about how it renders things, I would change certain things. The density of this it just makes it hard to, actually read the screen, and I'm not a fan of that, but I mean, it makes Kerbal look so much better. But I would definitely like the ability to tweak some stuff. Does it feel better to alternate between two games rather than just focusing on one, says Mosaic Task Force? I think it will. Because it kind of is. Sort of. Kind of. How we doing? We're gonna have to fly to the KSC, but we're on a good line for approaching it. That's A-okay. Yeah, I think it will. When we went from KSP to Cluster Truck, because we'd done 13 live streams in a row of KSP, I felt very much like, whenever I change up what I'm doing, I just feel hesitant to, am I gonna have fun? Am I gonna enjoy Cluster Truck? It's just something in there that I can't seem to fucking get rid of. But that was how I felt, and we did Cluster Truck, and it was just fucking awesome, and it felt great, and I loved it. I'm gonna go ahead and fire up these engines now. In normal mode. Don't need the afterburners, I don't think. And so, yeah, based on that experience, I think it's going to be very nice to go back and forth, especially from two games that have such incredibly different styles. It's weird that I like both of these games, kind of. Isn't it? Don't you think? You know what? Fucking afterburn me. How much liquid fuel, how much fuel do we have generally? We got 64. Okay, maybe we don't want to afterburn. But I do have to clear these mountains, is a slight concern of mine. If I could just nose up a bit, please. Thank you. Yes. Bit of like there. Try and actually maintain our height at this point is what I think I want to do. I hate flying with SAS when it's in plane mode. I should turn the SAS off and trim it. Let's kill the afterburners for a second, and turn the SAS off, and then trim up. Okay, watch your trim. Oh, trim. Trim up, please. Trim up. There we go. That's at least keeping my wings on the horizon. If not the rest of the craft. But yeah, two entirely different games, huh? Cluster Truck. By the end of a Cluster Truck stream, I'm either completely just, it's been so much, it's taken so much out of me to do, the speed run. Or I'm amped up. Often I find that it's kind of both. I'm sort of amped up and it took a lot of energy, and I'm tired and amped up, intellectually, I'm ready to go, and my body's kind of thing. Kerbal is just such a slow grind of design and engineering and thinking and worrying about things that when I finish this, I just feel, bad. Generally speaking. Liquid fuel. We gotta clear this mountain range. Let's go. We pitch back down to accommodate for the engines burning like they're burning. I don't really want to be making height, just want to be keeping the height that we have. Oops, did not mean to trim our rotation. Okay, I think that's back to normalish there. Cavoodle with the sub, 24 months, 2 years of subscriptions. Apparently a whole month has passed since yesterday. Apparently 2 years have passed. since you started subscribing. Thank you so much, Cavoodle, for the support. Welcome back to the Big Dick Club. Why is Twitch yelling me to share my 24th sub month when I had my 23rd yesterday? Okay, we're running low on the liquid fuel there. Let's just sip the liquid fuel over the top of these mountains. I'm thinking. On our way back to the Space Center. Oh, Noah's here. General Konami, that's how counting works. It's counting months from your first subscription. As long as you're paying me, I don't care how they set it up, honest. But yeah, we should clear these mountains, right? Sure, you just nose up a little bit more. Ooh, you know, with the liquid fuel, maybe I throttle down some, and pull up some, try and make this last a little bit longer. I mean, we don't need it as long as we clear the mountain. The mountain is the issue here. If we can clear the mountain, then we're okay. If we can't clear the mountain, then we can't even drift in, you know? So, yeah. I'd like you to maintain a bit more height than that, if you don't mind. Trim it up. Trim it up a bit. Okay, we are out of fuel. Carrying a lot of oxidizer. Ooh. Did I leave the dumps on here where I was able to, like, dump fuel? I think they got lost at some point in moving things around. We could have dumped the excess oxidizer. It's no big deal. No big deal. We're coming in for a beautiful landing. Far over here the Misty Mountains gold. Far over the Misty I don't know that song, but sure, me too. We're definitely going to clear the mountain here. I'm just going to quick save and then fizz warp us, because we're going kind of slow. So I'm fizz warping. And I'm putting a little bit of trim on. Taking it off, putting it on, kind of a thing. F5 again. Ooh, what do we got? We've got science. We could get a temperature scan from over Kerbin's Mountains. We can't get a crew report because there ain't no crew, but thank you for mentioning it. It's from The Hobbit. Oh, okay. Yeah, that would be why. Tomorrow you'll get another notification, Cavoodle. Yes, 1 subscription a day. It's a new plan by Twitch. It's a new setup. I asked for it, and they kindly decided that, yes, they would do it. Wow, the frame rate, though. My new CPU can't get here fast enough, huh? But look at it. It looks really nice. But yeah, I'm upgrading the CPU, not specifically for this, and who knows if it'll even help with Kerbal, but hey, we're through the mountains. Are we? Because it kind of looks like you're going to scrape one with a wing. Don't worry about it. I'm sure it'll be okay. Give me the screen back up. How far is it from the mountains to the KSC? We're on a good line for it. Do we make it, though? You've got 5 kilometers. I don't know if I'm going to make it back to the KSC. I might have done the whole ascent a little bit. Okay, maybe not 4 times fizz warp with a plane in Atmo. Maybe not. Maybe not. I'm thinking out loud here, but what if not? Yeah, only 100 meters per second. And a lot of that being toward descent. So, I mean, it is just right up there ahead. I can start to make it out from where we are now. But it is a long, slow flight, isn't it? I'm going to trim down a little bit. Go ahead and keep the speed to try and generate the right amount of loft and stuff. I'll try and stretch this out to get us back all the way to the KSC. If not, we can land wherever, and things will be just fine. If all started going downhill when the gorilla died. Sorry? You know, when you lose your gorilla, it's a sad day. I don't know what you're talking about. But we are flying without SAS right now. It's just a plane is what it is. It's just a plane. Doing planey kind of a things. We're not making it back to the KSC. It's too damned far out there. And land is closer than that, actually. 1,700 meters below us on the land. Let's set up for a landing. Let's start setting up for a landing, which means that I'm going to dive a bit. Go ahead and trim down so that you're not resisting my attempt to dive. Harambe died in 2016, and it literally all started going down from there. Oh yeah, that was the moment, wasn't it? Me too. F5, got some speed. Ooh, what is this? What is this? There's something out here. There's something out here. We're gonna land right there in order to find out what it is. We're gonna crash right there. No, we're gonna land right there in order to find out what this is. I can see it from so far away. I presume it's not just like terrain scatter. I mean, it could be. We're gonna come down right over the top of it. Little, you know, discovery kind of a mission. Is it just a terrain scatter tree? Is that really all that's going on here? Let's put the landing gear down. It's a tree. Is there just one terrain scatter tree out there? I don't know, but you might want to consider pulling up, because you're coming in for what isn't really a landing, but, you know, it's gonna be a landing. I have to be a version of a landing here. Alright, so 50 meters per second. Trim up a lot, please. Trim up more. We're just rotating weirdly. Oh, well, it's because of that? There you go, that's why. Alright, now pull up. 30 meters per second. Weird uneven terrain. Pull hard, and then, ooh, hard landing, but I got her down. And stopped her immediately. Were we in? We were in Fizz Warp.
Plain voices. Pull up. Dot. Pull up. Dot. Pull up. Dot. Dot. Stalling. Stalling. Stalling.
I needed like a whoop 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 kind of thing. You know, I needed something like pull up. Pull up. Stalling. 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 Death imminent. But yeah, I did a 50, 40, 30, retard. I did that in Fizz Warp. Whoops. But I brought it back completely safely, didn't even break off the tail. I did that landing so well, you know, I was like, and then I slammed it down because I didn't want the tail to get hit. So yeah, that's our craft. It goes to orbit and could carry 4 Kerbals if we set it up that way. Turn the lights off, leave the brakes on for the people who come out to pick it up, and you know, we got some new science. We got some thermometer data out of it. Hologram 1, I missed the last Streamhouse things. We got ourselves an SSTO. We built an SSTO last time. Thank you for flying, Pawn Airways. We built ourselves an SSTO last time, and today, before I started the stream, I tweaked it a little bit so that it's a pilotless craft that carries 4 Kerbals up, potentially, to orbit, just to orbit. But our goal, our mission, what we actually have on the docket today, is a bunch of things around the moon. Observational surveys of the moon just ain't gonna happen. We got 3 missions. Did I take the 3rd? Yes, 3 observational surveys of the moon mission that we want to do with, you know, somebody who's put into polar orbit. But simultaneously, we've got a mission to ferry 1 tourist who just wants to orbit the moon. The other 2 want to land on it. We've got a VIP who also just wants to orbit the moon, so that's 2 tourists to take up. And we've got Barfree, who is apparently lost in orbit of the moon. And if we return him safely, then, you know, his family will pay us a bunch of money, I guess. I don't know how that works. But let's see where Barfree is. Barfree's pod in orbit of the moon. Oh, it's good and high. That's not bad, you know, because all we need is the orbit. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. As I'm sitting here, the thing that I'm immediately asking myself is, with Barfree's orbit here, would it be better to go in as low as possible, do our burn our APWAPS down to, you know, 100 and something, and then go out to that APWAPS and raise it up? Is that more efficient, or is it more efficient to just come in to the moon's orbit, you know, where it is? Because the nearer that we are to the moon on our, you know, the faster we'll be going, the more we get from Oberth. And so It's probably one of those things where it's so on the line that you should just do it the convenient way, come in at the apoapse and burn down the periapse. But that's how much Delta V we would need for this mission to be able to do all three things at once with an SSTO, which is what I wanted to do. Bit of a challenge to myself. It doesn't make a lot of sense. But you need a tourism ship that can orbit the moon, and it should have some extra, so I guess that's what it's going to do for Barfree. Which means there also needs to be a way for the Kerbals to enter and exit the craft, so it can't just be what we've got now, which is the 2 crew cabins. We got to have 1 crew cabin and 1 place for a Kerbal to sit, and act as a pilot, or, just the lightest sort of thing that we could do in the Underkill Mark I as our base. And then we need to build up and big, This is an SSTO, it works, it goes, it lands, it does all the things very nicely, considering the technology that we've got to work with right now. I'm very happy with it. We need to scale it up for the moon, basically. Put a mobile science processing lab on it. Yeah, that'll be easy. Just SSTO, a mobile science processing lab, while carrying 2 Kerbals in an empty pod with... But that's what we're going to do after the first live stream break, because we've been here for an hour now. So we're going to take a live stream break. When we come back, we'll start building. It's a fun little mission we just flew. Space shuttle style. Strap it to the bottom. I love how the flight computers communicate in mid-air collisions to say up to one plane and down to the other. Of course, some arrogant pilot ignored it and caused a crash. Now the aviation law is to follow our robotic overlords. I mean, if you can't see, why would you do something different than what it's telling you to do? If you don't have better information. What dickhead made that decision? I don't understand. Add some external lights, too. Lights would be nice. On the one that's more than like a proof of concept, absolutely we'll do some lights, and we will do that 7 minutes from now when we return from this live stream break. If you're allowed to go somewhere, I was going to say don't go anywhere. You can go anywhere. You can go anywhere you want to, as long as you're back here in 7 minutes with the box. Do not lose the box. I guess you could. That's the name of this Menage a Quad song. You could lose the box. 7 minutes, don't go anywhere, pawn not out.
My name ain't Mikey, but yeah, I rock. You know why? Cause I don't give a fuck. That's why it doesn't matter whether I'm cool or not. Just a taste of the word gives me the gut rock. It's not pop, so just stop like a blood clot. Cause we're here to blow up like we came from Iraq. Electronica embezzled by hip-hop. Here to kick ass until the heart stops. Hipsters put on their cool shades, and thrifters keep the money they've been paid. And drifters have nothing to say but buying lifters. Don't give a damn what they say.
Wait, undeceivable, shit's unbelievable. You never ever guessed you'd hear this mix, it's inconceivable. Ouch, too hot, baby, back out of the kitchen. This is what you love at wonderful, so daddy, put your bitch. I'm a poisonous affliction with a fireball addiction. Man, it burns like hell and tastes like heaven. You say bold itching. Now I got you campus itching. This is music for your children. If you never heard the cue before, you don't know what you're missing. Hey!
club like Neanderthal. The choir got everybody dancing, dog. Yell on that X, I'm a sentinel, standing tall. No time to stand still, please don't meander, dog. They throwing jazz at me to challenge my rap savvy. I sway like Callaway, I'm ahead, you'll never catch me. Ain't worry about it unless I spit Christmas gifts. My crew lighting up trees, you a screw to this. Menage a quiet, the name of my team supreme. They biting now, so I'm tossing out teeth and rings. You said you wanted bling, flossing ain't what you mean. You got baby teeth, though they pulling wisdom from me. Get neutered, respect the shooter of medulla. Give an inch, I'll take 5,280 rulers. Royalty around me and mine, we all sires. Words in Paris, we hot, that's fresh fire.
I had a system, a particular way that I put it all out there. With thoughts and words and pen and paper melodies. Was on a mission, a continuous wave of inspiration. With thoughts and words and pen and paper melodies. But now I wonder what to sing, 'cause I can't think of anything. The time ticks away, blinded by an empty page. We don't fight, we don't break up. I'm kinda coming up empty. How do you write a song when you're happy? I'm not lonely, I'm just fine. I'm not insecure this time. I'm not angry or malign. I can't fake the calm inside. But now I wonder what to sing, 'cause I can't think of anything. My old cuts are blown. Is there anything left unsaid? There's no pain, there's no conflict. I'm kinda drawing a blank here. There's no drama, there's no sideshow, and I'm all out of ammo. We don't fight, we don't break up. I'm kinda coming up empty. How do you write a song when you're happy? I had a system, a particular way that I put it all out there. When inhibitions strip away, is there anything left? There's no pain, there's no conflict. I'm kinda drawing a blank here. There's no drama, there's no sideshow, and I'm all out of ammo. We don't fight, we don't break up. I'm kinda coming up empty. How do you write a song when you're happy? How do you write a song when you're happy? How do you write a song when you're happy? How do you write a song when you're happy?
How do you write a song when you're happy? Is the question that I think we all have right now. Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome back to a twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn. We're Kerblin. We're in here, we're Kerblin, and we've just finished off, like, our little just to orbit SSTO. Just SSTO, specifically SSTO, not SSTM, which is what we need to make, is single stage to the moon. SSTMO. single stage to lunar orbit is what we want to build for, but this, the Underkill Mark 1, is the result of an entire live stream designing from a basic plane up to an SSTO, and then a refinement of it, and creating a craft that can seat 4 and go to orbit. And come back and land very, very safely. I think it's a well-designed craft too. It looks cool. I don't think we've got a ridiculous amount of Delta V that we're not using. I think it's good. I think I did it good here. Better question is how to actually be happy. Well, what you want to do is just uninstall Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, anything that you got like that, and then you want to go ahead and just hook the television up exclusively to your computer and play the things that you want to watch, and pay the service on YouTube if you're going to watch YouTube so you don't have ads, because you don't want to see those. And then just don't leave the house and don't read the newspaper. I've figured it out. It's not that hard. Anybody can do it. We need to scale this craft up. And then, meet someone, during the global pandemic on a dating website, and she just moves in, and eventually, that's all you gotta do, and then you can be happy. That acronym sounds like this. I don't know if I should click on that, so Karen. I'm gonna click on that, so Karen. And then try to go for the PPTSB CRG FLQ, and that one. I guess it does sound a bit like that. All I can do is upset the people I love. You're effing lucky that you have social skills. Yes, well, but it's one-sided social skills. So long as I'm the only one talking, I'm on it. If you start replying to me like in a way that I can't just choose not to read what you're saying, then we've got problems. Play this game way too much. Hello, hi, Tindris. Okay, so let's get down on it. So here's the thing. We got the missions. We got two different kinds of missions going on. One is just ferry some tourists to the moon, and one is pick up a dude who's stranded in orbit of the moon. And the other one, the other kind of mission we got 3 of them on backlog, is do observational surveys at various sites on the moon, and we got at least 9 to 15 of those sites to go to. So that's going to be a polar orbit craft at low orbit of the moon, which is always tedious, monotonous, and I can't believe that they put it into the game. But that's what we've chosen to do. So here's where I stand on this. I am of two minds, mixed a little bit, and maybe we'll just figure it out as we're building, but if you've got opinions, let me hear them now, because I'm thinking there's 2 ways to do this mission. One is just to do the tourists to lunar orbit. If I build a craft that can take 2 to orbit with an empty seat, not just to Kerbin orbit, but to lunar orbit, and then to 140K or whatever it was that he was at, that we got to pick up the stranded Kerbal in lunar orbit, that is a tourism craft that is overpowered for basically anything in the planetary system around Kerbin. Tourism is we don't need to orbit it with a circular orbit at low orbit of anything. Eventually I already have tourists who want to land on the moon, but that's probably an entirely different craft, and that's even more overbuilt. So it's I'm leaning toward the idea of just building this to be lunar orbit for tourists, where we just grab an encounter with the moon, burn the periaps down to where we've got an eccentric orbit, go around it once, blow it back out, come home. And then later, if we do want to tackle, tourists being able to land on the moon, we would build up from there. But it's a big jump to do that, immediately. And that being said, I'm thinking of splitting up the missions into, we do the tourist missions, and then we do save the guy while we do the observational surveys. Send up an empty craft, get him on board, so that's less weight, because we're not carrying a big, fat, tiny little green Kerbal. But, it'll be an empty craft with a probe, flying it, it goes up, gets him, we put him into polar orbit, he does the observational surveys, and then he comes home, and we clear all those out. Still just 2 missions, but it's whether or not we overbuild this ship for something that it doesn't really make sense to do. Send a rocket for the dude around moon. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Pretty sure Kerbals don't have mass. They can't possibly be massless entities. What are they, electrons? Wait till you got the Reaper engines. I made one with hard points and external tanks. It's not single stage, but you take off like a plane, use the Reaper engines, then decouple them right before circularization, leaves you with a full tank in orbit ready to go wherever. Landing them sucks, though. Okay, yeah, that's actually not a bad plan to wait for the Reapers before we start thinking about bigger tourism things. So if that's going to be the case, and I like that being the case, I think that case is lovely, then we need to rebuild this so that there's only 2 seats for Kerbals, because that's all that we, at least for the tourists. I don't mind the idea of giving it 2 + 1 and leaving 1 empty just for more tourism potential. Or we could just build up from here. Try and still have a craft that could take 4 to the moon. It's certainly easier to do if we leave that weight behind, but when is there just going to be 2 people who want to go to the moon? From here on out. I think I wanna scale it down. I think it will be more fun to do. Oh, I've made you make you the root part for a moment. Get rid of you, and then you down like that, and then you're gonna come off, and we're gonna need, holy, I hope I attached all of that to the probe. I did. But, so if that's gonna be the case, I mean, the length is not necessary, really. Is it? Like, let's say I put that all back, and I, threw you away. And then I put this antenna back on, but, underside, topside. We'll put the you on topside here for now. Just an extra little antenna for probe communications. But if I were to take you and slide you up... Oh, right. I'm gonna have to do it the way that I did it before. Shit. Alright, so it's you off, and then put you on where you're like that with snapping. Right. I don't want to block their window, but that's probably not going to be a problem because we angle these down a little bit. It probably will end up being a problem, actually. I might redesign the wing for this. But yeah, 1 tick down was how we angled the other one. Give me not just you, but this. Are you on local? Local, and then pull down. And then find the place at which the textures look nice. Keep pulling down, actually. I was thinking about putting this one under the other. Ooh, looks like you need a little bit more rotation, or a little bit less rotation. Zoom in, so you can get more control over the rotaties. And then, still on local. There we go. Was considering putting that under. That could look okay. If we did like that. And it doesn't block their view yet. The thing is, though, I would prefer if the center of mass were, you know, right on this thing. So if I'm going for the center of mass, and I grabbed the wings, all of them, which is apparently from this connection point, and I dragged up a bit, let's try and get the center of mass back toward the actual center of, like, thrust. Center of thrust. Not real easy to see when they're lining up. It looks close, doesn't it? With that, and then when I head them back down here, yeah. Maybe where I want it, though, is... No, I think you're good with it like there. So, if that were, you know, the way that it was, then, yeah, these wings don't quite make the sense anymore as they are. I will want something doing the connection. In fact, if I had you there, and then you guys, you know, if these have a weird angle to them. Oh, I only put 1 on. Cool. 2, snapping, back to the starting position. And you, up. something like that, and then you, no snapping, zoom in hard, so that we have very near control to get the angle right. Do you still have the right angle? It looks like you still have the right angle. Alright. So then that, and then in. So that disappears. Pull you up. We're just trying to avoid texture tearing. Yeah, we're not quite right on the angle. Still not quite right on it. Very, very close. Okay, go far away from it. As you drag it, you'll get more control. Probably there, and then down. It's very close anyway. But I don't want it blocking their window. That is a major issue for me in the design. So probably these wings just aren't going to be the thing for that. I could just leave that open and leave it like that. How's our center of lift looking? Center thrust, center of lift. It's not fucked by that. It certainly isn't. And it kind of looks really cool, actually. They don't connect without a strut. Be sure to auto strut, as I'm definitely going to strut them if I do leave them like this. Let's play though, because you know this is where I like the fun, the designy bits of it. Do I have the other version of that? No, you're gonna be like that, which is not really what I'm looking for. Snapping on, snapping's now on. Yeah, so I could force this to attach the way that I want it to, however. Ooh, or I could just do like that. And then see how it turns with snapping in the first place. Okay, no snapping. If I did like that, and then on the absolute, bring it in. Not hating it. Not hating it. And then I could strut between those 2 points, and that looks really fucking cool, does it not? Don't forget to set your elevons. Yeah, what were we saying about those? Oh, so that they're only controlling what they're meant to control. Lift is for lift, roll is for roll, yaw is for yaw. Yeah. But yeah, I think I like that look. Just a little bit forward from there. If I pull that way, no, this would be better. Like that. Try and get those lines looking nice. Lines are looking nice, and then strut it. Between the wings. From one tip to the next. So, snapping? No snapping. You... you, and then because I'm, you know, I'm like that, I need these, I want them to look good in and of themselves. If you want one more, maybe on absolute even. Give me. Twist. You guys see that? Just barely pawn, okay. No, that is the best angle for it. Okay. And then local. See how we want it to look. That looks okay. A little bit more rotation, maybe like that. Yeah, now we're kind of fucked for that, but I'll just use kind of snapping and then to you. Alright. The problem with this is I do it once and then later I have to do it all again, basically. You know, so I don't want to end up doing too much of this because the next time that we make an adjustment to the craft, it's likely to forget it because of the way that they made the game. You come down, and then I guess go out then. Back on absolute. Pull you like this, like that. Kind of looks best like that. Okay. Oh, that's fucking nifty. God damn, is that cool. Okay, so 004. Let's see. SSTMO. Mooner Tourism. Mark 1. Single stage to Mooner orbit. Yes. The SSTMO. So, I like that design. It's perfect for just taking the Kerbals there and coming back. Our center of everything hasn't been fucked up too much. Tremacium was saying, don't forget to tell it what you want it to do. So you, I want for the sake of yaw exclusively. Right? Those guys are just yaw. And then you, probably just pitch. Yeah, just pitch for you guys. And then up here, no yaw, but pitch and roll. That seems reasonable, doesn't it? Just pitch and roll on these, and then that sort of a deal. Now it's really about like building up. Building it to be bigger, stronger, having more Delta V once it gets there. I mean, we've left a lot of weight behind by dropping off, you know, I think it's 0.1 ton? Or is it just 1 ton? What is it? 0.1 ton. Where do you keep that? It's under utility, and it's here. It's always in a different place. 1 ton. So we left 1 ton behind, and we still have all of the Delta V that we had before. Really kind of hard from my perspective to figure out how I would do this, how I would get the information about like what our Delta V actually is, but I'm going to go with altitude and say that we start firing them from 8 kilometers and see that it's 2,166 meters. I'm going to say actually 10 kilometers. 2,143 meters per second of Delta V is what's showing there. That's the wrong thing. And to... I mean, some of that's going to be used to get us into orbit, but just to get our, like, moon and return, we're talking 1,200 to get there, and then a little bit more to leave because we'll be in the ideal place to leave. So let's say we want 1,500 total from orbit. That sounds about right, doesn't it? Put some Avalons on the nose wings for re-entry. Avalons? I don't know what you mean. But I'm happy with this design as it is. We know that it works, except for we've changed it a bunch, so we don't know if it works at all. I do need to add Delta V. What are we looking at in terms of our TWR right now? 2143, so TWR is what I'm concerned with. 1.21 from takeoff, or in terms of TWR at 10 kilometers. I want to keep adding until our TWR is nothing, and then probably look at how I'm going to make that better, as it's going to want to be better. Here's hoping it explodes amusingly. The max altitude for the intake on these engines that I've been able to get with this build anyway is about 18.7 kilometers, I think, is when we've seen them die out because they don't have enough air. Could plaster them with intake in order to get a little bit higher, but... So, how and where and what do we want to do? I suppose we just extend things a bit more in terms of the fuel in this stage. You know me, I'm always looking for like the minimum that I can get away with too, is kind of my deal. 400. Another 400 on there. Made it look fancy. And then put you back on. And then put you guys back together in the stage. And then reopened you. God fucking damn it. And then reopened you. 1.10, so we can do more, and I want to do more, which means I'm going to extend these with a little bit more liquid fuel as well. Maybe just the, the wee babbies. And then you two. You're all in the same thing now. That's fun and great and lovely. Just awesome, really. You get down to it. You go there, and then you go here, and then I click the button. 1.05 TWR with 2,448 meters per second. Add lights too, Sister Mason. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna go up from there to the half stacks. And you back on. Hey, you remembered this time. TWR of 1.01. So that's... You know, it's going to be better by the time they're firing and everything. We'll still have... It's like, that's where I'd want to go with that. That's easy to do. So I've done the easy thing there in terms of adding something on. And you know, what if instead of extending there... What if, guys, what are you? You're liquid fuel exclusive. I could put oxidizer back. We need liquid fuel exclusive somewhere, Paul. So if I just added to there and then had an extra one of you, and then put you guys... Oh, that's the wrong way. 2 of you on there, 1 on there. TWR at 0.99 with that, which means we've got a little bit more liquid fuel. Good. I'm good with that. Oh, it could actually mean... Does that break any of my fuel? No, my fuel lines are still okay. Good, we're grabbing from the right places and stuff. So I'm okay with that. I think that maybe... I don't know. I think I might like it more if it were in the... If it were concentrated the way that we had it before. It kind of looked cooler. Dump valve too? Really need to... Yeah, let's have a dump valve. I don't know how dump valves work. I haven't actually used them. I believe it's going to be under engines, or no, under fuel tanks rather. If it were, it'd be sorted at the top. I guess not. Is it under utility? Dump valve. I don't know, like, if I need dump valves, can I dump... I suppose it follows the same rules as fuel lining in general. Oh, it is at the top. I need to scroll up by 1. There it is. Which would mean that if I have 1 valve somewhere, then I can dump anything that I want. That sound about right? So, maybe not dumping the fuel right where the engine is would be a smart thing. If we dumped it, like, there. So we have the ability to dump fuel if we really, really wanted to. Willing to break the SSTO rule for the ability to drop the dry mass I use to get into orbit. Well, this one's going to be full on SSTO. I'm just, at this point, I'm looking at it and saying, I think I like it better with the other, like, just the way that it looked. I liked it, it looked nicer. So let's go back to these over here. On each side, you guys there, and then this is going to be back to you. Come on, get on there, and then you, and that's you two, and that's 1.01 for 2,541 meters per second, and I think it looks neater like that. Yeah, so I'm happier that way. We said we need 1,500 to get to the moon and back for a simple orbit. Where that is the case, this fucks up our aerodynamics bad, though. If that's the case, and it do seem to be, then we've only got 1,000 delta V here to make orbit. So we need a lot more. And I think what's going to have to happen is I'm just going to need at least like 1 bigger engine instead of the Reliant, or to replace these with, you know, the little Sparks with something that's bigger, for more push to maintain the TWR and everything. I'm not going to worry about aerodynamics yet. Solve the fuel problem, Pawn. I don't know that we've got you know, a good engine for this. I could go up to the Bobcats. Let's look at our little map here of ISPs and see that the Mammoth, like, we should be sorted right now by what is the best ISP in Atmosphere. Yes, we are. So, don't have the Mammoth, don't have the Vector, wouldn't want to put it, don't have the Dart. The Mainsail and the Skipper come before anything else. So I think we've got the Mainsail and the Skipper. And we don't have the Skipper. We've got the Mainsail. It's friggin' huge. And that's the problem with that. What's the Bobcat's ISP? Is it even listed? Because that's DLC content. No, it's not. I could just look in that game and compare it. So the fucking hold it behind me. So the ISP is 280 at sea level on the Skipper, and the Bobcat is 290 at sea level. So yeah, that would be a better way to go. It's still big, but it's gonna look cool, which is as important. And we would need to put more fuel on this anyway, so this is a good opportunity to do one of these scale up things. You're the wrong on that end. You're just liquid fuel. Like that, to add a little bit more and then put you on. I don't like how that looks now. Still just 2500 delta V there, but our TWR is not correct because that's the wrong. You're looking at the wrong engines there. They've mixed them incorrectly. So it's you and you would go together. 2533 for 1.52 meter per second kind of a thing. We actually don't need these engines at all in this build if we were to bring Bobcats along. Do you have like a different style? Okay, just less. I was actually more was what I was going for, but okay. For visuals though, and this is, I shouldn't be thinking visuals, but for visuals, I could actually maybe accomplish something like this. Because this ends up having, can we beat the texture tearing somehow? If I were to take you and make room, and then take the engine itself. No, that's still you. Take the engine itself, move it in. So we just need this at the tip of that. And this could fuck up aerodynamics like a bunch, and just all kinds of bad things could happen there. But if I wanted to leave Delta V behind for carrying up that kind of a weight, then that's a thing I could do, and in fact, I can extend this to look a number of different ways. What other kind of, like, fuel adapter components do we have, though? That's the one that goes from that up to the big guy. Do I have another one that goes from, you know, that's DLC? Not really. Not really. Alright, nope, that's not what I meant to do. He's all attached to that now, pawn, okay. I think what I'd want to do for the visuals, if this will fit. Yeah, you're kind of penetratey there. So, if you had one of these, and then that, less penetratey now, starting to look pretty goddamn cool. And then if I threw in the smallest of the big boy tanks, and then you on there. Now that's looking more like something I don't hate. Oops. Let's get rid of that. Put you on. I still don't like that there's like no shroud going on there. Put you on, and then made you short again. The shortest shroud is the one that I want. Merge you in. So so you're not texture sharing that anymore. And then pull this guy out. And then the engine, apparently there's a little bit of gap there, so bring you back down. And then you in. Art projects, people. Art projects. What KSP is to me. For its rocket science, it's an art project. Center of mass is getting too far behind the center of lift. Yeah, I said I'd address the aerodynamics when it's just another year. But, yeah, that's a thing. That is certainly a thing that we're doing there. I don't... It's just... It's so much engine. You know, after all that work to get it in there, it's just so much engine, he says. The Poodle's very bad at sea level. The Bobcat is the smallest thing that we've got that's going to have the highest power. Why is the Weasley more than the, heavier than the Panther? Hold it up when I right-click on it. 7.5 intake air, 7.7. The Weasley sucks intake air like crazy, 29.6. We'd need more of them to get back up to the same power level of when you fire off those Panthers. But if I did have 4 Weasleys, it's the mass, though. It's a huge amount of mass that you're adding there. They'd operate longer at higher altitudes was my thought. What are the things that I haven't bought into? The Cub, it's nothing that's going to help me right now. And you guys, nothing's going to help me right now. There is the option of doing the Thuds with the Reliant. So the Bobcat weighs what? 2 tons. The Reliant is 1.25 plus 0.9. So this is the cheaper, the better way to go in terms of mass. Alright, let's stick with this and build around it. It says we got 2,616 meters per second now, and 1.35 dV, which means we can put a lot more... Hi, guys. A lot more on there, as he speaks into a microphone. Just wondering if there's any way to do, like, a little scoot. I don't think there's any way to do a little scoot. Paul, could you do a little scoot? There a little scoot. Ooh, there might be a way to do a little scoot. I don't have the 2-sided adapter, but I got the tri-coupler. How much does tri-coupler weigh? 0.15 tons. It's not nothing. It's certainly not nothing, Paul. But it is just an adapter. Oh, it's starting to look like something now, though. What? Where? Just fucking come with me and snap. I mean, it's not gonna be like that, but that's like what I'm thinking. That's the direction I'm going in. Is like using these in order to like move things out a little bit more to there. Aw. All right, keep playing, Pawn. I like the way you're playing right now. Just that, and then you. That's fucking weird, and I like it. That's so weird, and I like it. He likes it. He seems to like it. Yeah. How could I not like that? Basically. And this just being an adapter, honestly, I don't even feel bad doing something like scooching you in a bit. Just putting you where I want you. In fact, if you're gonna do that, don't bring the big heavy adapter. Just bring any adapter. Yeah, we're getting there. He's a thinking. This feller is. So, you're a 0.05, but you're the small guy. It's the you I'm looking for. 0.1. They're empty adapters, so it's like, it's up to you, you know? What you want it to think of it as. But if I moved you guys out to there... Is there a different kind of... I mean, I could do that one, but that's going to be very flat into the wind. You don't want to do that one, pawn. They're just a little bit big. I'd love it if they were... If I had an adapter from there to... Ooh, I do. I do, and you could just use those for fuel and then move these around. That's how you do it, buddy. Because they're a little bit big. So we're going to use this. Like that. Stores a little bit more fuel for us. And then here. And then out to the edge. Like so. And if I'm, you know, I don't like the fact that I've got too much fuel in there and they're penetrating, and so we got fuel occupying space that fuel occupies, then I just take a little bit of fuel out. It's not that much space that it's occupied by it. One tick down on either side. 1.2 TWR left on this thing, apparently. With 2,878 meters per second. We can get that to 3,000, then I'd be willing to test it. I'd be willing to test it. And see where we stand with it. You, no snapping. Drag out. Push to the edge. Make you look not... Ah, fuck it. Still, like, the spaceplane hangar has such weird controls, camera controls, in comparison to the VAB. Why would you make them different? What the hell is wrong with you making them different like that? For visuals, Pawn. Yes. For visuals, you could do what you were thinking before, which was, ooh, what's this? It's a service module, and then we could do, we've got a fairing. I haven't used fairings yet in this save? Jesus. All the things that I've done, and I haven't used fairings yet. You could do... Does that fit that? It does. It does, it does. Pull you off. Put you on. I swear I'm still holding it. There you go. Put you on. And then... You there. No, didn't want you to snap. And then pull out. I'm just making it look the way that I want, you know? Seeing if there is a way that I want it to look. It is costing me delta V and weight to do that kind of a thing. I'm just having a look-see. And wouldn't it be nice if I could see it while I'm having my look-see? I think it looks best like that. It's got to be powerful. It's got to have a lot on it, you know? You should see my ISS. It even has servo arms with controllers. Yeah, I did some robotics recently. It's very satisfying when you get it built just the way you want it. 5% less with SSTO. Actually, those jets will get you to 25k, so it saves oxidizer, fuel lines, and drain is about it. Your center mass getting too far. Yeah. This is interesting, anyway. Very interesting. We've got the weight balance. The arrow is definitely messed up now. I'm not sure that I'm in love with the visual, with how it looks. But, it's better than the way that it was before, I suppose. I don't know. I'm not hating it. I'm just not in love with it. Can I get a hold of you and give you a little bit more drag toward the right? Okay. Looks righter. I mean, within the game, within the limitations of what I can do, that's looking kinda nifty, kinda neat. Now, we put an angle on these wings. Let me just grab these, with absolute snapping. Like that. No, that's better. You leave it like that one. More surface area might be appropriate, as well as more just liquid fuel, because we're going to be carrying more weight up. But if I were to just try and slide this back... If I can do it without having to do that, Let's see about Milgrits gifting a sub to High Tindrus. High Tindrus, welcome to the Big Dick Club. Can I move you, like, if I do this? I mean, the center mass is just getting way too far like that, you know? There's so much at the rear of this ship now. Let's see what happens. Keep pulling. Like, I don't want this, like, having the center mass that far back. Oh, what are you doing? Wrong angles. Wrong ones that I'm grabbing on. Or no, it's just not, it's absoluted is the problem. Like, we would want you lifting... You would be driving... Where the mass is right there. You'd be driving down in order to go up. So to help us lift off the pad, I'd want to pull you like that. And then you... There's only so much I'm gonna get out of doing this. Kind of a thing. Could I extend the whole wing thing? I mean, we're talking about the fact that we probably want a little bit more surface area now. Sorted by mass. What's your spacing there? No. Yes. Okay. Could merge it through. We're gonna start ripping things apart. Snapping. You're kinda on the wrong angle, bruh. You got another one? Or is this a perfectly square part? It might just be a perfectly square part. Alright, set you aside for now. Have you slide out to, say, here. Or maybe just from there. That could end up looking cool. You know, most of my ship design relies substantively on, but does it look cool? That, and then you on there. And the answer is, your fucking hunt looks cool. Your fucking hunt looks cool. Done it though. And that pulled it back like immediately to where we'd want it. Need more like lift and central kind of thing. So would I tuck this in here? Or maybe on the outside even. If I had you there. No, no. It's always the last angle that I try. I mean, either way, it's going to be at 45 degree. Why do you look like you're at a weird twist? Because you are. Okay. I think we can fix that. Right. Right? Right. Hey! I mean, it has to be strutted up and stuff, but that's looking pretty fucking neat. We gave ourselves more lifting surface area in the back, extend the nose cone to meet mass and lift. I mean, it makes more sense to pull the center of, you know, mass forward by putting some fuel up here. We are carrying liquid fuel up there, but it's for tourism, and I want the tourists to be at the front of the ship seeing what they see. So, like, first and foremost, I'm going to try and get away with something, and then maybe something in the other. Now that we're carrying a whole bunch more LFO, and we're not carrying those engines, I think I'm going to get rid of you guys, because those were on there for the coolness factor, but also for the twitch engine. What are those engines called? The little guys, the sparks, twitch. But we will need more just straight up liquid fuel as well to burn. So that's gonna be under fuel, you idiot. So Extend you forward. What's the wheelbase looking like on this thing now? Oh, the wheels need to go back. Oh, how back they need to go. Oh, but how far back they do need and want and need to go. This probably isn't going to be enough. Drag you... What are you attached to? Is that 2 different pieces? Because I would expect you to be able to go... Okay, no, I get it. Yeah, alright, that's fine though. That's fine, as it is. I'm putting you back on. And then the fuel lining would need to change. Something that I can't see. Because Kerbal's Kerbal. Here. Come on. Right, so the part that I'm touching and that's highlighted and that's like up, when I click it and then drag it, what I want you to do is drag it. I know it's crazy, right? What's your problem? Raw? Oh, you can't go that. You can't go any further. Okay. Reattach from here. Just add another set of wheels. Who says you can't have 6 or more? Who says? Well, the Council of Wheels, I believe. They're very serious about that sort of a thing. If it looks half decent, I'll just leave it as it is, because it's not meant to be seen in the first place, but also every time that I adjust something, it's gonna fuck with it. So, yeah. There you go. Yeah, the landing base just does not work with that, the way that that is. Can I attach you to surface mount here? Ooh. You still fit-ish? Yeah. Yeah, that'll be the point at which they attach, at which we strut them up. Which we strut it back to the ship. You should really be, especially if I'm going to be moving this around, you should originate on this one. And then go to whatever, wherever. Okay. Okay. But that gets us our wheels, good and far back. Gonna be hard to lift off with them that far back, but it's easier to land on. Oh, the strut is attached to you? I don't even know what that strut's there for anymore. For the sake of pivoting on the runway and being able to lift us off, the further forward is going to be better. But for landing, if I don't connect with the wheels before the wings hit the ground, so it's always a bit of a balance going on. What's going on with the strut, sir? What fucking goddamn SPH controls and the things that are on my screen that I can't see past? Thank you. Yeah. You, from there to there. Can we make it look not shit? Probably not, Vaughn. The way you've put it on there. Alright, we'll do it again then. Have me... that. And that. Oh, that looks not shit. That looks not shit. That's the most not shit that it could look. Add a set on the wing tips to help not lose a wing on landing. The wing tips, like back here? All the way back here? If it happens on landing, I mean, we made it home. It will be fine. We got the actual attachment point here. We've got strut there. We got strut there. That's 3 nice rigid attachment points for some nice lightweight wings. It'll be okay. Wheels? I'm happy with this as of right now. We've got enough clearance. Delta V, we got 2,659 showing, and that is telling us from 10 kilometers. If we were to manage to get up there, you know, more so, then we get a little bit more out of it, but not much. Once you're out of the lower atmosphere, you've done the most of it. So I'm going to keep doing our measurements from 10. Could still use more liquid fuel, basically. And TWR isn't so low in that stage that we can't get away with it either. So I took you out and tacked in one of these on either side for the LFO, and then you onto there. How are we looking with that? 2731. And then 2712 if I extend that back further. If I get rid of those entirely. If I get rid of those entirely, I might still be okay with the look of it. Oh, but now you're attached to those. I'm actually kind of okay with the look of it like that, as it is right now. I might go ahead and decomplicate this whole mess. And just have you guys, like, deal with it, buddy, kind of a deal. Yeah. 2779. God, it's looking so cool. Yeah, I'm happy with this as a design so far. Could definitely do some things like in here. The solar panels don't really make sense being there anymore. I might have them up here. I could have them back here so that they're occluded a bit. Extend them. Rotate them. One more. One more tick, please. What? I swear to fucking God, Kerbal. There you go. Problem with that is that part of the solar panels are kind of hidden. Oh no, they're not. They're barely at all. I'm actually not angry with that. It does need to be able to rotate enough that it won't, like, penetrate it while it's rotating. So yeah, probably about there. A little bit back just to be safe on that. And then retract the solar panels. I'm kind of, like, close to let's test it. How you guys feeling about? Go off the edge, your back wheelers are a little far forward, taking off will be hard. Yeah, for the sake of landing... Okay, I've been very good about the landing, though. I've been very good with the landing. I'll move them up a little bit more, like as far as they go before they look fucked up or something. Yeah, they already look fucked up there. That's good. So that's where I'll go with them. I could spin them around, reverse them, and then they'd, you know, the wheels would be further forward, but I'm worried about a lot of things here. It's gonna be hard to take off if we just have to run off the end of the runway. I'll tell you what, maybe I will do that. I'll reverse them. I think they're already reversed from the last design, but if I just spin you around, is that not correct? Yeah. Spin you around. The wheels will be nearer to where they should be. Are you supposed to look like that, by the way? Like, if I go to absolute, yes, that's exactly the way you're supposed to be, okay. So then I can move you up a little bit more. Looks alright. And that moves the wheels up just a bit. Oh yeah, that feels a lot better, just visually speaking. But I think we got something we could test at this point. To space, just effing go. You think so? I've been designing it for about an hour. Let's test it. Let's test it. Is there nobody climbed in, right? And it's still probe controlled? Alright, we'll find out whatever things that I've forgotten once we're out there, but we start out with these engines. Might not have enough at this point, enough power from just these two. We might need a third somehow. Launch it. Put it on the pad. What's the worst that can happen? Especially in normal mode where I've got the ability to revert, you know? The game feels so much more fair when you can, because you can sort of decide for yourself, alright, let's just go out and test it, as opposed to, let's put it out there and cross our fingers that the Kraken doesn't cause it to explode, and also, like, immediately hit the design without any ability to test anything whatsoever from, you know, just from when we start immediately, right? SAS on, throttle to full, open them up, let's go. And then, if you could stop bouncing, that'd be cool. I'm going to turn SAS off and see if it won't stabilize itself. Okay, so that still works. Good. Good. Okay, SAS on. Actually, no SAS. I'm going to trim it. Trim it up. Oh, I can pull up with it. I overpulled because I thought it was going to be harder to launch with. It wasn't. It wasn't. I might flip those wheels back around. Flawless test. But no, it wanted to lift off no problem. No problem. So, if we could just get it to not bounce when we drop it onto the pad, that'd be cool. But fucking go. Just go. Whichever way we're drifting, with fine controls, I'll try and yaw us back to, you know, stable. Or, you know, forward. We actually are going straight down the runway for once, okay? Whoa! Okay, a little bit of a flip there, but that's always part of the plan. Fire that up. Here we go, and we're off and away. It's how we intended to fly it. Okay, the chase cam is kind of screwing me up. Alright. I need more. I need to try and fly it some more to see what it is. We might need control in the front. I think I need to adjust the aerodynamics and center of mass a little bit more, actually. After I change things around, it feels like it's just not properly balanced anymore. No SAS, just go. That's what always happens when the center of lift is fucked. Yeah, it's just slightly ahead of the center of mass is how it feels. Chase cam. Whoa. Stay on. Stay on course. Yeah. No, that ain't gonna... Okay. We saved the engine. That's important. Revert to the spaceplane hangar. Maybe you should hotkey the afterburners on those jets. I had them hotkeyed. Are they starting up in the mode? Action group? I didn't even notice. Were they coming up like really... Were they hot when we started them? Because number one is switch mode, and... We're starting dry. Yeah, no, it's configured the way that it should be. The way that I want it. But yeah, show me the center of mass to the center of lift. We need the center of lift a little bit further back, is what we need. You... On local. Go ahead and... Ooh. Well, that's our main problem there, I suppose, is that I'm trying to, like, correct things by... With that, what we really need is for them to just be as they're supposed to be. And I don't know where that's gonna be, but it's whatever, it's fine. It's fine. Is it? Is it though? Is it fine? We need to move that back a bit. And I've got the room for it in the design now, so I can actually just move the whole wing surface back a touch. Get the wings back there, and then Please tell me that you don't block the view of the tourist. You're blocking the view of the tourist. It looks so cool like this, though, is the other thing. I'd rather just have it like that. What could I do? What could I do? Hey, Pawn, how's it going? Says the Light Guy 89. Good. Good. We're doing very well. Pulling the center of... Like, if I had another Elevon back here, but it doesn't quite fit the way that I've put this together to date. Well, now it could be... it wouldn't. It wouldn't, it wouldn't, it wouldn't, it wouldn't, it wouldn't. You... you're a bit fucked up. Give me a regular one. Give me one that hasn't been fucked up by me. Ooh, different shapes and things. Show me mass, though, because it's going to have to be the smallest that I can get. I'm pretty sure that's the smallest I can get. And then you. Okay. Okay. So it is like that. Just adding that doesn't do much for us. Back. What did I miss? I didn't get a notification. Oh, well, we're almost ready to test this thing. I'm gonna have to just move some of the mass forward, which sucks. If I could take the mass of, like, that one off. You're attached to the wing. At this point, we're gonna start breaking everything. If you're attached to the wing, I rip you off. You're the attachment point for everything back here? Fuck. Alright, well you could do it in reverse then, Pawn, and still accomplish the same thing. What do you got on you? You're just liquid fuel, and you're liquid fuel and oxidizer. So, if I took from here, put you up there, put you there. You know, but if it were to happen on both sides, everything that I'm doing. Okay, so that moves some of that weight forward, and then I put you back on where you started, like so, and then, no, because you had it a certain way. I was thinking maybe I could get the... Ooh, but they do. They did reattach. Okay. Still center of lift. You know, I had a center of mass. How much more mass can we push up there? Put you guys up there. You know, putting on the tip of the ship instead in order to elongate. I'm just trying to figure out where I can get something off and put somewhere else without it meaning tear everything apart. So, like you... but you were to extend past... it looks fine, actually. Yeah, it kind of looks cooler. Like that. Alright, where's that tank? Tank's here. It's not much, but it's something. Oh, right. Okay. That's fine. It'd just be like you. You. It's getting there. It's almost there. Is there more that's like that? That's one big tank. Okay. And then when I move everything forward or back off of this, what changes? So if I moved, if the wings came back, ooh, like that, all those gray lines lined right up, then we're near it, but we want it pushed further back than that, really. So maybe like there with the engines. You want the engines further forward, if anything. And then the wings exclusively further back. There we go. That's what we want. That is what I want. It's what we want. No, it's what I want. Give me these. Throw them away because they're corrupt. You, no snapping. Shit. Now I've corrupted it myself. You. To you. Neat enough. Fine. And then you. The gap is a little bit excessive now. Let me see how it would look if you slid back more. Could I get away with that? Just gotta get the tips hidden in there. Okay, tips are tucked. Ah, that's perfect. Center of mass, center left, still looking okay. And then you two attached to one another. Snapping? No snapping? No snapping. There you go. There's one that's not fucked. I'm not gonna be happy with that. I was like, maybe you can just be okay with it, Paul. And it's not, no. On this beautiful design otherwise that I've made, and that's gonna be the thing, I don't fucking think so. Can you guys actually see what's going on? This is this game for me. This is what it is. Roll you over. It's a great big ol' art project. And the little things matter, even before you're done, apparently. From there, I could be okay with that. And then you. The point at which it doesn't look shit. Boy, would you want to fly in this thing? You look out the window and see that there's just like a bar between two of the wings. Would you be like, yeah, just get my kids, let's go. Let's go to the moon. It'll be fun, they're gonna love it. Maybe these just need to come down a little bit themselves. Okay. There she is, the SSTO. The center of lift is in the right place relative to the center of mass. Let's put on the center of thrust and zoom in and look back at it and see how the mass and the thrust line up. So we're looking at the yellow and the black to the purple in the back. Let's actually drop the aerodynamic overlay just to see if it's going to be centralish. I mean, you can make it look centralish is the problem here. You know, you can put it where you think you want it in order to make it look central, and then trying to get an idea, how would you even know? It looks pretty goddamn good to me. I think we got another one to put on the pad and test. All the engines got shoved into one group there, huh? Okay. Well, that'll be the two of you first. Thank you. Are we ready to go? I think we're ready to give it a go. Spacebar to reset rotation. Ooh, there's another little fucking hidden tip that I didn't know about in the UI. You know? Between the 3 buttons down here for that, and the toggle for the rotation, and snapping, not snapping, and that's all on 1, 2, 3, and then C and X, V, and then over here with the thing, you right-click on them to get more information, but sometimes you go to right-click on it, it doesn't, and then when you're done with it, it won't drop unless you fucking hover over another clickable object. Apparently, spacebar does a thing, too. Cool. Cool. Well, it's convenient. You, and you. I'm ready to put this on the pad to see where we stand. Hopefully this one flies. Similar to Verizon's design, the rear is on a hinge and needs to match the re-entry profile? Really? Good God. Controls sound annoying. They're great. It's just there's so much of them. There's so many. Brakes, stop. Is there... Put it out on a launch clamp so that it doesn't do that or something? Maybe if I put it out without the gear extended. Let's drop the gear right now. Okay, so if it loaded up like this, and then I deployed the gear... Yeah, it just immediately goes into the bouncies. Alright, oh fuck. Go! Throttle to full, you idiot. Alright. Chase cam going. With fine controls, I'll do a little yaw to try and stay in the center of the runway. Another tap. Oop. Yeah, that's fine controls, people. That's fine controls. Fine controls off, because I'm going to lift up now. I'm going to pull up. Okay, it's not enough. Wow. Whoa! We're fine. We're A-okay. I'm off the end of the runway. And then pull up. Alright. Trim. Too much trim. Trim it back. More trim. Hey, we got a flyer. We got ourselves a flyer here, people. Alright. And without SAS, and it actually feels good. You know, it's floating nicely. A little bit less on the trim. We're picking up speed. Back on the 90. We've got ourselves a flyer. Okay, a little bit more on the trim. A little bit more on the trim. Oh, gear in, you idiot. So that was 150 meters per second. Now the gear's completely in. You're going to get a whole bunch more speed from the lack of drag. Well, you're going to have to trim down quite a bit because, yeah, you were fighting the drag from the wheels, I guess. Okay, and then trim back up quite a bit. All right, you got weird behaviors. Ship. You got some weird-ass behaviors, if I do say so myself. So what is our sort of surface speed? My question. Oh, down here below 1,000 meters. If I get even trim. Putting a little bit of trim on the rotation because it always wants to rotate to the right for some reason. Another touch of rotation on the trim to the left. There we go. Alright, so 180 something at this height. You're still fucking doing it. Jesus Christ. Look at how much roll trim I've got going on. How far off the middle we are, and it just keeps spinning to the right. Perfectly symmetrical ship, dude. What your problem is? More roll trim. Cute. Gear is in. Finally. Alright, so 186, something like that down here at the surface. We don't have a lot of... Ooh. We should just be draining from the liquid fuel tanks. Yeah, because I just moved everything around, so that is the correct amount of liquid fuel. We have 84% of our liquid fuel is remaining for the, you know, just burning in Atmo. Not quite as much speed as we had before, you know, when the ship was a lot smaller and different and whatnot. Now, don't go flipping on me or anything. A lot of surface area on this thing. But do go ahead and nose up, if you don't mind. Also, if you get back on the 90 for me, F5, and let's see if it handles 2 times Fizz Warp. Whoa, 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 whoa. I don't know if it handles 2 times Fizz Warp. A lot of surface area. A lot of surface area, a lot of flimsy parts attached to one another. Please, onto the fucking 90. There you go. And then nose up. Okay. SAS on. Fuck it. Now that I've flown it without SAS, fly it with SAS. Okay, 3 kilometers. So we're gonna climb up some, and then try and fire off the Panthers, the turbo, and we'll see. Did you remove the sticker? I don't think I manually removed any sticker, but because I don't have a cockpit anymore, it's just not putting a sticker on anything. A flag, Ronin Pawn flag, and I am not adding fucking flags to my craft that are in 1 KSP ever, because I fought a craft for an hour trying to figure out what was wrong with it, and turned out the fucking flag has aerodynamic properties to it. It's a fucking sticker you're supposed to be able to put on your ship. Had aerodynamic properties, it was causing my ships to flip. My public service warning. Look out for KSP 1.10, everybody. The flags have aerodynamics. I would like to build like a glider or something out of flags, before they fix it, if they haven't already fixed it. Just to be like, yeah, does this seem like this should be a thing? Because it is. We are not going fast at all. Just these 2 engines, not really enough to push this anymore. We could put some Junos on the side, on the back here, along with it. Those Junos wouldn't, I don't think they behave, they don't really push in upper atmosphere very well, it would be my guess. But, I can't be bothered to sit around and wait. So, let's go. Get me where I'm going, please. I ain't got all goddamn day. Take me up before you go. Don't leave me hanging out like a yo-yo. I like that the frame rate is back. I like that the ship actually flies. Curious to see how much Delta V it tells us that we have once we actually start trying to burn some of the Delta V. But I'm thinking that it's going to be very hard to get runaway speed without more air-breathing engines on the back, and we don't really have room for a third. We could probably make it work, but I'd prefer... I'm going to try the Junos. I'm going to try just sticking Junos on there and see what they can do, If they help us in a bit of the lower atmosphere, then hey, didn't hurt us any. The only fuel that should be draining right now is the fuel that's been reserved specifically as liquid fuel. If that's true, then I'm not dissatisfied with the amount of liquid fuel that we've got on this thing currently. We're still gaining speed at 56K, so I'm gonna let it go. I made a nice heavy lander, min-mist to moon to Kerbin trip. It's got drills and everything, got all the science from every biome in one trip. Making speed. Starting to slow down now, though, so I'm thinking I will nose down. See if you can't get me up over 300. I'm gonna need you to get me up over 300. There you go. Hold that on the level. And get me that speed. I don't care if we gotta lose height. I want the speed. 22 stages in that craft? $302, nowhere near runaway speed. Getting my wings flat with the horizon now. Which means that we are losing our height, but in exchange of our height, we're getting speed. which is giving us lift, which is returning our height. So that works. I don't think this is going to get runaway speed without more air-breathing engines. That's where I'm standing on it. Or a dive. I could actually go ahead and dive. Shove air into those intakes. And then the speed creates more air in the intake, and the intake creates more speed, and the speed creates more air in the intake, and the intake creates more speed. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, and we're out of the liquid fuel that was reserved specifically for liquid fuel, so that confirms that. Let's do the Junos thing. Revert to the spaceplane hangar, throw some Junos on, and see if that gives us anything, really. And also see what it costs us to run them. So down here, the Delta V you're reading is 2779. Throw a couple of Junos on here. Engines... because they just fit back here. I've had them on... have I had them on before? They happen to fit. So it doesn't cost us that much Delta V to have them on there. And, you know, I'm not going to put any more air intake on them. They're tiny little engines. Do whatever they're going to do, and we'll try that. We'll see how much more speed that gives us, if any at all. Shock cones and side-mountable intakes. I've got the side mounts on the bottom. Ooh, now that I am running... was I running 2 before? I could go back to the 4 intake setup. We were just running 1 in the middle, right? No, we were running 2 before. Yeah. We were running 2 before. Shut up and go. Oh, okay, that's... you changed the... Revert to the spaceplane hangar. Might have changed the staging there a bit. I might have done that to see what the Delta V was going to be. I might have done that. But yeah, I could absolutely do better... no, we don't need it. We don't need it! I was running 2 before. It did look cool. I'll put them on there for now. We'll see if it flies any differently. But I don't think it's the air intake. Well, we'll see. Absolute. Pull up. We got the perfect spot, perfect position. Perfectly in line? Nope. Now you aren't, also. What the hell? You. Absolute. The absolute positioning of these two should be exactly the same. And it is not. Well, congratulations, Kerbal, for coming up with a new and interesting way to be... what the fuck is that? I mean, it doesn't... it's fine. I can fix it. Just drag it to the place where they are in line. And now we got full... we got 3. Now we got 3. Fucking cocksucker, motherfucker. I don't know if anybody's, you know, ever played this game who designed it, but wouldn't it be cool if you could, like, grab a part and say, apply two-sided symmetry to the fact that I placed it there, since that's a thing that happens, like, I don't know, every fucking day? Every fucking day? When you're playing Kerbal Space Program? Is that maybe something that... have you overlooked that as a possible, hey, what if we had a button that says, I placed it where I wanted it, but I forgot to do two-sided symmetry, why don't you just make it two-sided symmetry for me? Motherfuckers! Wouldn't that... no? Save that. We haven't changed it, like, substantively enough for my taste to call it a Mark II. This is still just, like, early prototyping. Needs boosters. Reverse boosters. More boosters. Boosters everywhere. Let's see what I don't know if the Junos are going to do anything for us, but I mean, they're engines. Cost weight, they ought to give us something. Oh, fucking god. Just throttle up SAS, let me go. There we go. Okay, got it lined up for this. Let's switch to chase cam. Okay, you pulled back to the left again. Shit. Keep pulling to the left, too. Can I pull up now? I can, and I have, and the gear is in, and we're off and away on... It's looking like a very nice flight. So, get your wings level with the horizon, and just hold there. Fucking wings level with fucking horizon. But this is why I don't like flying SAS with planes. Part of it. Part of it. Okay, let's see how that goes. So last time I think we were having trouble making, we made like 170 meters per second at low altitude off of our engines. Here we're making 200 and some. How much more fuel are we consuming as we go? Why don't you have... I must not have duplicated it. So that's not being drawn from, which actually just means we have more liquid fuel to work with than this is showing us. Okay. Another little thing to fix when we get back in. God damn it, you drifted off the fucking 90. Thank you, SAS. You're so fucking helpful. Alright. Go ahead and start pulling up and make some height for me. Boom. No, you didn't hold it. Fucking boom. I said boom. Hold that spot right there. Without the wing rotation. You know, like where I had it when I told you to do it. What about that? What about that? Huh? What about that? You like that? Fucking... Why do you twist to one side this ship? Alright, there. There we go. Make the height 200 meters per second. I think with the Junos, we might be able to get the runaway speed. I presume the Junos will cut out at height. But if we can get the speed that we're looking for, hey, what do you know? Pull up above it and it will drop into it. Yeah, I know, but it's a travesty trying to fucking work with the fucking thing. Trying to get it to the place that you want it, that anticipates what it's gonna do after you let go of it. It's a fucking travesty. It is an indecent bullshit game full of travesties. Basically just bad game design. But, you know, there's nothing like it. So, this is the best we can do. Apparently. There. Hold you up. I want to get to... I want to be above 5 kilometers. I'd prefer to be at 6 by the time we do this. Sadly, we've tried this before. Yeah, fizz warp. Not really an option in this ship as it's built right now. Could run a strut between the two back here. I refuse, though. Looks too cool the way that it is. Looks too goddamn cool. Could maybe strut some of the wings to the wings, like in between them or something? It's just a long, long flight. Just a long, 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 long flight. And then any time that I touch the controls, it's gonna, you know, and I'm gonna have to lead it again before I can leave it where it's gonna be on the SAS. It's a travesty. It's a fucking travesty. Wow, we lost a lot of speed. I wonder if the Junos just suck up here. Yep, there you go. Just you do whatever you want to do, ship. Don't worry about me. It's the fucking pilot over here. You're a little steep, too. Yes, I just pulled it down. Dramazing could add a wing piece on the back connecting the two tails. I would just burn them off. Yeah, I wouldn't like that because even if it didn't burn them off, the visual design would suggest that it would burn them off, you know? I need to be making height right now, though, so, you know, fucking not that much height. God damn it, game. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of control authority. I can vouch for it there. Lots of control authority. About 5 degrees, please. Currently, we're 70% through. We've got 70% of our liquid fuel still remaining. It's a long, slow, even to test the thing, you know? Long and slow, and long and slow. At least with the other one, I could time warp. I might add some more struts in here, just so that I can time warp. We've got the connection point right there. It's one of these. So we got that, we got this little strut here, we got that strut there. I don't know. What the fuck else would just strut? Everywhere, just so that I have a fucking chance. Put another strut from here to there. We put 2 of them. One there, hold on to both of those. The only thing that won't be strutted is that, and these 2 back here. And then how could it possibly flex? It's Kerbal, it would flex. What are we looking at? We're almost to 5K, 182 meters per second. Decent speed for still gaining height. 5 is best, had trouble at 10. Does seem to be looking that way. Maybe rotate the Junos a bit downwards so the thrust runs through the plane at an angle in order to push us up from behind the center of mass. Well, I'm sure we could do it. 180, so we're below 180, we're up to 5 kilometers. I'm running out of patience. I don't know if I had any to begin with, but I'm going to nose down. Well, I'm going to have 5, and then I'm going to nose down. Try and keep the fucking wings level. I'm going to get them right on the horizon, and then we're going to open up. So we're losing our height right now. But the idea is that we get so much speed that we actually don't end up losing our height. Because it starts shoving the front of the ship up, starts tilting us up. Don't actually lose 5,000 meters, even though it looks like we're going to. Really, I'd want to be at 6 or something to start this, but as I may have mentioned with the lack of patience and that being a thing, goes up a bit more. I don't want to keep losing height. And we're still making speed, over 300 meters per second, going way better now that we've got these 2 little Junos on there. You know, we had to do a dive, I think, to get to 300 meters per second before. And we're starting to get ourselves some aerodynamic effects. Goodbye sound barrier is what we're thinking. Kind of running out of thrust, though. Oh, shit. What are you doing? I was thinking of firing up the, this to help push us into runaway heating. Thrust limiter on. Very, very low. I mean, we're still making height. Dip down, get all the speed that we can out of this. Fire these up to try and give us a little bit of something extra. We're just experimenting, just testing. playing with the thrust limiting to see, you know, what I can get away with, what would give me something. We're well out of the liquid fuel that we brought for this. No, we're not, because there was a whole nother tank of it right here that it didn't touch the whole time, so we might not be through all of what we had wanted to bring. Stop. Stop. God damn you. What are you doing, says Dirty Ads? SSTO to the moon and back. Yeah, we're trying to build one that can get to the moon. We built one that does SSTO itself, just to orbit, quite well, and built off of that general design to try and make this. And now I'm just kind of experimenting with what we need. I think we're just going to need, like, 3 Panthers on the back of this if we're going to push it, if we're going to get, you know, proper, that kind of speed that we're looking for out of it. Proper runaway speed in low atmo. So the stats on that, if anybody knows what it is. All of our requirements are met. And now, if I took the thrust limiting, if I turn it down to 0, alright, we're making our own runaway speed now, so that's good. Just burning liquid fuel, no oxidizer. I mean, if we can get this to just orbit on its own, it'll be, you know, major achievement right there. I don't know if we can. I have no idea how much, you know, LF and O we're going to need. Wings a bit more levelish. Okay, the Junos have gone out on us at about 10 kilometers. Good to know, but our Panthers have so much going for them now, they're still carrying us with the runaway speed and pushing us up to higher height. I'm gonna nose down to try and get all the speed that we can out of the Panthers. Before we continue our ascent. Alright, the ascent's happening on its own. Let's fucking fire up and go. Whoa! Oh, okay. Yeah, just lost it. At 12 kilometers, the aerodynamics did not hold. That is super disappointing in a whole bunch of different ways because, like, I don't even fucking know what to do with that, basically. Like, that's a problem on a whole different level. I mean, I just, like, tilt up slower. So that we don't end up flipping it, but fuck, that's not the kind of problem that I want to have right now. We got so many other problems, and now I don't even get to see if we had enough delta V to, like, make orbit with it, and that kind of a thing. If I... it's you. 2 shuts those down. And if I fire them up, so it looks like we had 2,400 and some delta V still remaining in these tanks when we went to go. Revert back to the space plane hangar. Canard on the nose. Yeah, if I had more control authority up front, that would help. In aerodynamics. What else was an issue here? I feel like there were a number of issues. I was like, okay, that's a thing, that's a thing. What were the things that I said? Because I don't have memory for it. It took too fucking long. We were gonna strut the shit out of it. We're gonna need a live stream break here too before we continue testing, as far as I'm concerned. But I really need this craft to be able to like survive 2 times Fizz Warp. That's not gonna do anything, Pawn. Yep. Does that actually work? Just like click on it and then click again? It kind of worked. All right, give me one of these. And then from you. Yeah, not quite on that one. That didn't quite do what I'd like it to do that time. You to wherever. I don't care what it looks like for now. I don't even know if it's going to work, but for stability's sake, there's that. We don't actually need canards on the nose because we've already got something built that could sort of simulate the canards for the lowest weight. You know, version. Well, the winglets are 0.037. Wait, mass. Yeah, anything with control surfaces weighs more than this Elevon. So this Elevon on the backs of these. It's blocking their view. Still blocking their view, Pawn. It's gonna be flapping against the window. And then this connection point is... I clean it up later, be the idea. Once we're in space, they'll be able to see what they need to see. You know? Fuck these people. Bad Elevon, bad lower at a hair. Where's our centers of everything? Center, center. Yeah, now we've got too much control authority up front. But, I'm sure it'll fly. It'll be fine. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? If I were to do something like that with you, be at that level. It's more like flat into the wind. It's fine. They can fucking deal with it. And you, back a little bit more. You, more like that. All right, you could deal with it. So there's a couple of changes, but the inability to get runaway speed is our biggest issue right now. You know, the Junos got us to the point where if we kick on the engines a little bit, then we can burn some of it. The other thing is that you need to be part of the fuel priority 0 groups that you will drain when you should. Your fuel oxidizer, you're just liquid fuel, you're all part of the 0 group. Okay, so that will tell us more accurately what we've got to use. 4 Panthers, says Jamasian. If not 3, then 4. But it's so much more weight to pull up, you know, it's like, it's too much. It's just too much. Maybe the best idea is actually to use, you know, this guy to help him out a little bit with some thrust limiting once we get to a certain point. Maybe more Junos. You know? What's the engine weight and stuff like that? So the Junos are 0.25 and the Panthers are 1.2. So I could have 4 of these. I could have 5 of these things before it's more than 1 Panther. If we added another Panther on. Putting 2 more of these guys on what we've already got is half a ton instead of 1 more of these, which is 1.2 minus the half a ton. So it's a difference of 0.2 whether I do 4 Junos or, yeah. So I might look at a 4 Juno setup because we could actually stack the liquid fuel tanks, the small ones, on top of one another and have 4 of them back there. That would look pretty fucking cool too. Yeah, okay, don't let me forget that that's what my thought is for right now because I need to pee, and so do you. Because that's... You go ahead and save it. Did I... We're just going out to the VAB, right? I didn't like quit the game or anything. All right, so there we go. We're going to go to a live stream break. When we come back, things and stuff, more. We build it, we get her done. Like, we're close to it flying to orbit anyway. And then we'll see where, like, how far, how much delta V it's got. It's kind of building an SSTO is a slow process.
Do you know the secrets of making friends?
Like pollination.
They are so simple and easy.
7 minutes, don't go anywhere, pull not out.
Well, that looks easy enough. And Joey is going to try it out.
Now the summer's here, but just for a while. The night arrives, now I can smile. Just a little bit, speak up a little bit. It's past my bedtime, a season ago. Just a little bit, put out a little bit. When the birds and the insects put on a show. Give up a little bit. As the heat goes up, the cares go down.
Find good things in people.
As the fire gets hot all around the
Tell
town.
them the good things.
Summer's here to stay, but it's not too
Smile
late
and talk to people. That's the first thing.
to feel the need to pollinate.
All day, things have been going better for Joe. Still smiling and talking to people, finding good things about people and telling them about the good things. Going home isn't going to be lonely this time.
When the morning comes and no one's around, the sun struts and blinding, but without a sound. My friends and I laugh as we sit in the dark and watch the hills blossom near Central Park. And as the heat goes up, the cares go down. As the fire gets hot all around the town. Summer's here to stay, but it's not too late to feel the need to pollinate.
Mother thinks that's a good idea.
It's the sign of the season to pollinate. You know you never need a reason to pollinate. It's the sign of the season to pollinate. You know you never need a reason to go. Let us take you for a little ride.
Please listen carefully.
Hello, I am the Ronin Paul, and I'm not late, you're late. Welcome back to twitch.tv/Kerbal Livestream, where we're Kerbal, it's not slash, it's /Ronin Pawn, you get. Alright, well, we're in Kerbal Space Program, and we're building an SSTO. We're building a space plane that flies in a single stage to orbit, and actually to moon orbit. So we're building an SSTMO, hence the title there. In terms of, like, with, I saw you commenting about that, high Tindrus, about, like, angling the fins and stuff like that. I don't even, at this point, like, the wings are all angled, everything's got its own custom angle to it, so I don't, a little bit here or there, I don't fucking know. But, our best idea for getting this to be able to generate the, kind of runaway speed that we're looking for right now is, I think, doubling up on the Junos. I think that's a pretty good idea, and if I can put them in a place that doesn't bother me, that, and then you to there. You're not on both sides though, but it's fine because we'll just do it like that, and then place it like that because it's snapping. When snapping's on, that's not a problem. When snapping isn't on, then that's a thing that the game designed. You will actually change the center of mass, though. We've got more liquid fuel back here now. No, we don't. We had that liquid fuel, but it's a little bit further back. Center of mass to center of lift. We're still behind the center of mass. More would be better, but my god. And all the mass is back here. The wings are way the fuck back there in order to do something about it. Struts the outside of the wings to the hull. The outside of the wings. Maybe swap the Junos for the Weasley turbofan engine. The Weasley would, but it's bigger, right? It's a point something something-y something. The Weasleys would perform, they suck a lot of air. I'm gonna go with the Junos because we've already got it designed for them, but that will be like the next solution as it may become necessary. In fact, now I'm looking at this, like, what if you guys were like up here with snapping, please? If you guys were up there. Well, that's changing. That's pulling the center of the mass of the entire ship up and fucking things up for us a bit. But, you know, what are you gonna do? Is there a place where that looks good or cool, or like if I did that? Ah, you're still, well, but you're in the place that you need to be. Looks kind of neat, and the fuel tank itself isn't penetrating, not that that really matters to me. We could move the whole thing up a little bit, maybe. Like, just line those, get those lines, yeah, lines are lining. And there's lines going on, including fuel lining that you'll have to move now, and strutting, and all kinds of things. What are you doing? No. Are you attached to that part? I didn't realize it? Okay, should be attached from this side of things to that side of things. Oh, are you just floating in midair there? Oh, Kerbal. You're so Kerbal, aren't you? Yes, it's just something. Somewhere. I don't want to worry about it. Did I get him? I think I got him. Are you on both sides, by the way? You're on both sides. Why are you floating in midair like that? Why are you not actually attached to anything? If you were attached to something, you know, visually speaking. Alright, and then this, you slide up. Okay, I don't want to add struts to the outside. I don't want to, you know, it's got to look good. That's more important than anything here. Ooh, and these fit in right here very nicely. Maybe even. Yeah, but you're not on a, alright. Give me, not snapping. Alright, give me snapping, and then I'll just budge you. So you're equidistant. And then a slight rotation. slight more rotation. Yes. Mm-hmm. Pull back out. All that off. What do we think of that? Wow, serious ships, is Dundee. Yeah, SSTO trying to get enough speed to actually go to the, well, get to orbit is step one, and then moon later. But that's a lot of engines on the back of it. It's got a really cool back profile. It's got a, don't look at it side profile. It's got a really cool front profile. From the top, there's a lot going on. There's things, and they're going on. So there's all of that. I never, is that the color that I chose? Is there something that makes it look cooler? I think I might go with that. Ah, I like the orange. Give me some more orange in there. Give me a flare of color. You up here, for, because I do like the ribbed for her pleasure version. And then, yeah, that's looking nice. I can get behind that for colors and things. Does he have auto struts? He does. Do I? I don't know. I've been doing all the strutting myself. And these are just here to see if we can get, like, 2 times fizz warp without the thing pulling itself apart. We got connection points at a number of different places. It's a lot of different parts that are attached by struts. Try not to rip yourself in pieces there. So that's all them Junos. Everything's still firing at once except for you. I just want to put it out on the pad and see if it goes. At this point. I don't remember if there's anything else I was thinking about before live stream break. We made a lot of little subtle changes before live stream break that should make the craft just better to deal with. We'll see. I wonder if I increased the spring tensile density if I messed with the settings of the landing legs or the landing wheels, if that would stop it from doing this whenever we load it in. My staging change? I don't think so. This should still just be the center, and then that's all of them. And yeah, you can be all of them. Throttle to full, SAS, and go. Although, I worry about hitting SAS while it's bouncing like that. I don't know where the SAS actually was. Okay, there we go. Go to fine controls for a little bit of yaw to try and keep us on the runway. On the runway. On the runway is where I'd like to be. This is close enough to on the runway. Oh, and it took off on its own!
I just got here, Jesus. What is that monstrosity?
It took off. Scroggles, welcome. It took off on its own, this monstrosity did. Beautiful. And it's got so much torque with all these engines now, it just fly on level. Ah, Groggles, good time to show up, and thank you for the cheer. Oh. Yeah, that's nice, is what that is. Do I want to see what the max? I don't care. I just want to get where we're going and try and, like, get this mission, well, get some progress made. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 there's a lot of fucking control and torque. More than I really want, I think. And I hate SAS because there's no floatiness to it. Just a little bit back to the right. Drift back to the right a little bit with your rotation. Put me into chase cam. We ever gonna break the sound barrier? Oh yeah. We've been breaking the sound barrier. Are we gonna break it with this? I sure fucking hope so, is where I stand on the issue. I just sure fucking hope so. Drift back to the 90. You know, you see where it is on the ball there, and it's not quite on the 90. I got it slightly rotated to the right so that hopefully it gets there as it goes, as we gain height. We want to switch this thing into afterburner mode once we get to 6 kilometers would be great. That's where I'd love to do it. It's just whether or not I have the patience.
It is the Fawn Blade this Kerbal world needs. A new hero and Fawn will bring it to them for. Of course, tourists can ride in it.
There we go. Trying to... It's overkill on the angle that we've got right now, but... The ball being what it is just like, fuck it kind of thing. Quick save. Fizz warp. Oh yeah, let's test the fizz warp. It's a start. It survives 2 times fizz warp. Ah! thank the Lord. Thank all of the Lords. Go back down to no fizz warp and just down a little bit. No, not that much. Not. Fuck. There we go. A little bit below 10 is what I want. It wants to pull itself up, so I'm fighting that, and then there's the rotation to fight, and then every time I rotate it, it goes up again. Heh! Okay. I think that's good. F5 from here. Fizz warp. Okay. Okay. 10 times fizz warp. If we had it, we'd have to put a mod in there. The Plawn Blade. The Kerber world needs a new hero, and Pawn will bring it to them for a cost tourists can ride in. You know? Why? The city of Detroit needs to build one of these. You know? Fucking People Movers and Little Caesars, Hungry Howie's Arena, or whatever the fuck they are. You know what? That's what we should do. Oh my god, that's what all the citizens of Detroit should do. Because I think it's... whichever one it is, it's either Little Caesars or it's the Hungry Howie's Arena. Whichever one, you should call it the other. So that it's like, yeah, what did you guys get out of that? Because we're doing the wrong marketing for you. Just to say fuck you for letting the city take money out of our school... out of our taxes that would have gone to the schools. It was literally from the fucking schools. In order to build a billionaire in California a stadium for ostensibly nothing. Very little. So yeah. Somebody find out which that is. Is it Hungry Howie's or is it the other one? And I'll try and remember to call it the opposite of what it actually is. We're up to 6 kilometers now, which is what I said I wanted. So, yeah. Get me up to properly 6K, and I'm going to nose down. Not that much. I'm going to nose down, get my wings on the horizon. I pressed SAS while my wings were on the horizon, you son of a bitch. And fucking fire those afterburners. Let's go. Get wet, everybody. Get wet. How much speed can we generate with 4 Junos, 2 Panthers running in afterburner mode? F5 me from here. Flying it okay. Relatively speaking. It's a hard ship to fly. It really wants to pull itself up and flip. Why not take the worst time period of humankind, turn into the best personal time of your life? There's nothing wrong with that, as long as you don't gain from the ones who suffer. I'm having a good time. Staying indoors, you know? Not a lot of people to have to deal with. Less traffic. Met a girl online. You know? I'm feeling okay. I do need to. I'm just trying to adjust your fucking wing angle. That's all I want from you. Okay. Almost through half of the liquid fuel that we brought for this stage of things. Not making runaway speed, I'll tell you that. I'm going to nose down more. Yeah, not that much, you fucking thing. No, I fucking put you on the ball and I hit F. I put you on the horizon. There you go. Perfect on the horizon. Perfect on your prograde. Go, make all the speed you can before I do what I did last time. Which is thrust limit this down to maybe 8.5 this time. And fire it up to try and get us that extra little nudge into the wind that we need to make this work. And I think we're going to need that nudge into the wind. So go ahead and open those up, give us a little bit extra nudge. Now we're seeing some serious aerodynamic effects. Some breaking sound barrier kind of things. 4 Junos, still not enough to do it on its own. Yep, over 400 meters per second, and then maybe I'll think about pulling back on the thrust here to, you know, you gotta get that runaway speed, and then I can drop the thrust. So we, the Big Dick Club, is supposed to get wet. Everybody, yep. That's what I said live on Twitch. I'd love to nose you down some right now, but I feel like if I do, I'm gonna lose kind of everything. I'm gonna flip or something. We're up over 400. Love to pull the thrust limiting down. Can you hold your own yet? She's holding her own. She's making speed on her own at 7 kilometers. I really do need to nose it down now. I'm gonna have 5 before I do, because I don't know how this maneuver is gonna go. Ooh, you're actually getting kind of very stable. Good. Good. I'd love to rotate the wings a little bit, but I'm not gonna fuck with it. We're out of the liquid fuel we brought for this, so we're now dipping into the LFO. Not that we already didn't with the turning on the Bobcats for a minute there. We do have a bit of runaway speed being made. I don't want to get too much higher. The Junos are going to lose their... Ooh, no, it's going. It's going, it's going, it's going. We don't need the Junos anymore. But they're going to stop giving us pretty much anything at about 10 kilometers, I think. 8K, I'm going to try another banking down. Fuck. Fuck. It's tough. Alright. I don't know, you know, the sound barrier is an interesting thing, because it relates to how much air pressure there is. So at these heights, the sound barrier would be different than on the surface. And how do you know? What do you know? Who do you know? Yeah, all those things. Making a lot of height. I'm going to try another maneuver with an F5. Nope. 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 Overkill. Overkill. This is supposed to be modeled after the underkill ship we made. There you go. Dead on the horizon. So we don't have enough liquid fuel. And the Junos have just given out on us, but that's fine. The Panthers have got this. And they can keep having this until... I mean, they can go until 17 kilometers or so on this build of ship, as it's been. It's been our experience with it. Still making speed. Well, sipping liquid fuel that we're just dragging oxidizer at this point. What are you going to do? You know, it's a test. We're testing. It's a long test. It takes a while. Mach 1 equals 343 meters per second. At what? At sea level? What atmospheric density? I'm going to try it again. I'm going to try nosing down again. Hey, that was better until that. Which is why we F9, or F5'd. It's just, it's controllable, but, like, I need the power of full SAS? Really? Am I not going to be able to F9 because of how violently the game loads in your craft? Is this really going to be... Is this going to be my new thing with Kerbal? So that time I tried to pull it down, before it did the violent popping in thing. Managed to hold it. Managed to hold it. Okay. 760 meters per second at 12K. It's like I need full power. I can't go to fine controls because fine controls isn't enough, but it goes from a little bit to a lot really, really quickly. We've all had that experience with KSP. Just kind of overkill. Alright, we're not making speed anymore, so it's time for this engine to do its job. Let's go. 12K. I'd love to nose this up right now, but you know, what I'm going to do is I'm going to tap F, F5, I'm going to tap F. Because that will release SAS for just the moment that I'm holding F, and it will allow the ship to turn itself up a bit. Nope. Nope. Alright, that was just a little bit too much. Cunt. I love this game. This game's so good. Such a good game. Alright, ready? The pop in. Okay, okay. Nope. Held it into no, and then it just overreacted. Love it. Kerbal. Such a good game. So many people ready to defend it. Okay, managed to get us loaded back in. F. Little F's is what we're going for here. Alright, we're out of jet. No more jet engines for us, apparently. Wow, we ran out of air at 14 kilometers. We could use more air intake, I guess. But I think what's going to happen on the next iteration of the ship is we're going to say fuck the Junos and we're going to replace them with the better engines. Also because I've F9'd a couple of times and the game is so poorly designed, like fundamentally on engineering, you know, in the code and shit like that. Like now our frame rate has gone to shit. And it wasn't shit until I F5'd and F9'd. So there's a whole bunch of memory leak issues going on in that system that have never actually been addressed. Our apoaps is only 19k. We really need to tilt up, but you know, every time I touch the ship, it tries to explode on me. Nope, nope, nope. That was you rocking yourself, you fucker. Ah! I can't be fucking asked, and I can't revert it either. Just go back to the Space Center. Yeah, fuck it. I can't play this game. So we just left that out there doing whatever it's doing. I can't be fucking asked to waste my life fighting the game to, you know, quick load into a scenario and not change what was going on. Just caught all power to fall back to the ground. You could pull out of a nosedive stall to recover. Yeah, I can't be asked to do that either. If you hadn't already gone back to the Space Center, you use Alt F9 to load the persistent save. It's so convenient. You know, there's all these solutions to the problem that don't require the people who made the game to fix the fundamental problems, you know? So many things that you could do if you knew that if you held Alt and tabbed out and then with the control and then a little F9 and then F5, then, you know, technically you could kind of half get what should just work in the first place to work. So we don't have to actually, you know, fix our fucking bust-ass, broke-ass piece of shit game that everybody fucking loves, wants to defend. Jump to the fucking... Let me tell you about Kerbal. Oh, it's so good. Where is our center of lift and center of mass? It's there. We've got this big hole. We got this big old hole right here. I'm thinking about a fundamental redesign since the Junos aren't doing it for us. It's not like crazy, but it's crazy. I need you to come out a little bit. I did a little one on the inside. So if I took this, right? And then this was like down here. And it's really just to extend it away from the fairing a little bit there. Sorry. What are you doing? So you're somewhere in here. Where I want you. Yeah, it's fine. So you'd be in there kind of-ish. This has the wheels on it. So that's gonna be a whole nother, we're gonna have to realign the wheels kind of a thing. But let me just get where I'm going with this and then show you what I've got in mind. So these would extend that out. on both sides, shockingly. Shockingly, though. Actually, I could do that because I'm not going to have anything on the back of you. Two of you are like that.
If you remove the canards, the frontmost winglets, it will get easier.
We just put those on in order to try and help it fly, so... Yeah, have an argument with, who is it in chat that suggested that? Who was it? High Tindris. You go have an argument with High Tindris on whether or not the canards are helping. Or hurting. And get back to me. But for now, yeah, I think I like you look a little bit better there, and it's on both sides. So we needed more liquid fuel. Matter of fact, fuck that even. Give me the Mark 1. Because that's what I was going for. But the Mark... It was going to... Okay. I don't know. The Mark 0 to, like, extend us out a little bit. And then another Mark 0, maybe? What I'm trying to do is tack the... Well, you'll see. You just have some fucking patience. You watch and you goddamn see. Okay, so you there. And then... An adapter. The adapter's going to be too big to then fit the engine on it with the wing being as and where it is. But that would get us up to the size that we would need in order to attach our Weasleys instead. Well, we could redesign the wing. We needed some more. You guys are not in the 0 group anymore, realizing that. Because I pulled you natural, so you're in the 0 group. That's an interesting thought. Is there a way that I can do that? What have I got low mass? Well, the Mark 0 is the lowest mass thing. Okay, here's an interesting thought. Structural U. And then what way are you? You're like that. I want you to be like that. Yeah, it's just way too big. Just way too big. But you saw it. I was gonna do that, and then this Weasley, and then but that's way too fucking big. But we did already do something like that. So if I did aha pawn, aha. All right, I'm just figuring it out again. But yeah, if I started like with you. And then, this doesn't fit because it's that kind of thing. You dingus, you dope, you silly man. But what if this were here and then pulled out to the edge like we did before? And then adapted up. So you off, you on. No. Nope. No. Could drop that tank. Instead put this on. And then pull it out. Just looking for the way where it would, like, you know, not be fuck. So far it's fuck, is the thing. Like, the idea here... Alright, give me you. snapping to the middle is that this would fit nicely in there. That's where I'm trying to get it, is to be there, you know? If I could radial attach something, and it's you know, it's all visual concern at this point. Structural tube, you don't radially attach, and you're too weird. I mean, I could just do a cubic octagonal strut in order to get it out there. What about this octagonal strut? Yeah, that could be your solution, friend. Are you in there where you're supposed to be? Kinda. And then you'd be there, and you fit. You do. And then over the front of you goes a nose cone. That hopefully embeds you. Well, that won't work, will it? It won't embed it completely. I couldn't. Like, you would be like that, and then if I embedded you, it'll look like that. Alright. Well, I'll tell you what I could do then. Do the same thing, but with an Oscar B. Oscar B is attached this way. And then you to there. And then aerodynamics. Little nose cone on the front of an Oscar B. Swear to God, I'm holding Alt. And that's all via the Oscar B. Pull you back that way. Uh-huh. Like, what's a better solution for getting this into, you know, other than doubling up on the adapters like that? That's what I'm trying to find my way to right now. If you're just there, then, you know, you're too close to the ship. I could just put in a structural piece. I mean, how much drag would a couple of cubic octagonal struts really make? Hanging off the side of this otherwise good-looking craft that I built and spent so much time on. How much, really? You know? Could do with a... Well, the middle ground would be this, right? Like what you had in mind, except for the Oscar B attaches to that. You would need to be in the right place. Oscar B attaches to that, which pushes you out a little bit, and I could actually merge you into that one, you know, to whatever amount that I thought was appropriate. You would also need to be attached in the right fucking place. There you go. Some robotics parts to rotate the engines up or down. Yeah, I can't even get this fucking thing to work. Let's fuck with robotics. It's a good idea. This gets it there though, and then I can actually put another nose cone on this. Roll you back. Close can you get? Like that. And then I could put another nose cone on you. It might as well be a second Oscar B. Yeah, but you're gonna merge into it, through it, shit. Oh yeah. What if, now I'm looking for the thing that's gonna work for like more than one deal here. You know what? Hey. You there, and then that doesn't look so bad. You there. You know? Just kind of, I could just leave it like that. Let's merge this in, and you back out, though. So we got kind of half and half hold going on there. I mean, it accomplishes it. Another Oscar BJ. What? No BJs. He didn't say BJ. And yes, all the BJs, incidentally, but no. So now, from the rear, we would strut up here, dear. Say from you to somewhere over there. Again, I just don't know that I can be asked anymore to really work hard on these struts. They're just going to change again, you know. You. You're held from there, and then we had connective points. You can't attach directly to an engine. So, you on the... It's hard to tell what half level is. That's half level. Right, you come out to here. And then give me another one. Right next to you. Comes out to here. And they could be made to look okay at a later date. And then because I do not trust, shockingly, I do not trust the fuel transfer to work. You go from a small to a really big. I don't have any fuel tanks that go from a small to a medium. Yeah, you got this one, but it's way too long for in there, and it's just liquid fuel, which would be perfect. Wait a second, you guys... That's my fucking solution. You guys contain exactly what I need. You, and you won't look stupid. I mean, you're still gonna have to be attached to something like that, I presume. Will you just attach flat to the ship? If you'll just attach flat to the ship, you're gonna have to come out from it, Pawn. It's gonna be wedged. Yeah. Put that back, attach to this, so that you got space to move it in and out. Yeah, that's the correct kind of spacing. And then the back of you goes one of these guys. Oh, this looks cool. This looks cool. This is enough. This looks cool enough that I will, you know, redesign the ship as the wings and everything as necessary to make it work. And then you would be like that. Yeah. And then these are completely in the way of your air intake. Nothing lasts, does it? Could just go on top. Could go on the side. Ooh, on the side would be nice. And then you, with snapping in absolute mode. With snapping in absolute mode. You're now merging in, because you're stupid, and then if I pull you out from there, that works. So you, absolute mode, snap, local mode, still snapped, pull out by one, boom. Still a pretty cool profile on that. And then we've got these, you know, a couple of more liquid fuel containers. And our center of mass is, you know, getting well forward of the wings, but I do have to redesign the wings a little bit. At least a little bit. Like, if you're there and you're not doing anything? Okay, so if I get rid of you... Why you no pull? Moved you out. Does that really not fit? It's so odd that that wouldn't fit. If you're wider like that... And then you do like so... Aha. Aha. Wings are getting further and further away from the, you know, center of the ship, making them more and more flimsy as we go. I'm sure that won't be problematic in the long run, right? We're good. But yeah, that's kind of looks cool. That looks kind of cool. Kind of looks like it looks kind of cool. Add vertical surfaces on the wing ends to help with the craft wanting to turn on you. Vertical surfaces on the wing ends. You mean stuff like this? To correct for rotation? And just fins. Just stock standard, no, just little fins in places. Just some fins strapped to the wing that's snapping off. There we go. Because, yeah, that's how the game works. But yeah, that's not a bad idea there. That ain't even a bad idea there. With absolute and snapping, find straight dead forward, you, and then that is not straight dead forward, I don't think. No, straight dead forward. There you go. And then find the place where these don't look awful. Is there one? Who's to say, really? I mean, that lines up with the one in the back, kind of-ish. I'm okay with kind of-ish. So for now, your poles are sticking through the bottom, but we'd want them on the bottom as well. Yeah, that could be done. Something like that could be done. And then make sure we've got true rotation on the absolute. Yeah, that's not what I asked you to do, but you do you. And then, while still snapping absolute, you should be in the same exact spot. Now you're snapping absolute. There you go. And that lands you in the same exact spot. Embed you. Alright, I'll embed you manually. You just check this again. Yeah, it's the same. Alright. The wings are angled a bit. So having a couple of those, you know, it'll hurt or help or something. I don't know. But it's a good idea to give them something to stable. Like, I should put more on the back even. You know? Wouldn't be bad. But I'm just gonna have those because I can't be asked at this point. Today's fighters have center of mass behind their center of lift. That's why they can turn so fast. They don't have to follow airflow, but it's too unstable for a human hand. For the sake of stability, I don't know what the fuck to do, really. With this ship as I've built it, I don't know what I do. We're still holding from back here. We don't have anything holding, you know, in here anymore. This is actually attached to that, so I guess that does transfer it well from there. I'll just grab from you to you. Are you attaching to that somewhere? Because you're not showing me that you're attaching to that somewhere. Alright, no snapping. You. To you. For now. Just something. We can make it look good if it actually ends up ever working for us, you know, would be the idea there. So these fuel tanks would need to be part of the 0 group, not the -10 group. These engines, like, I've gotten rid of so many engines that were lacking control groups for various things. We've got switch mode, we've got toggle those. On 3, we can go ahead and toggle these engines. On 4, we could toggle this engine. Not that I think we'd ever want to shut it, but maybe we do. I don't know. But there's all the engine toggles anyway. For action groups. Center of lift now well behind the center of mass and a bit lower than it. The angle of the wings and everything is what keeps wanting us to flip in midair, I'm gonna assume that. So I'm gonna pull you back up a little bit. If I went to absolute, absolute rotation with snapping, then you'd go perfectly straight again. And same with you. Which buttons am I pressing? God damn it. So that would be, I'd want that to be the same. If I use the snapping here, you're gonna ruin everything? Kinda, yeah. Alright, but then if I go non-snapping and local and twist you in, then you have the right lines again. You're still connected. So that's a perfectly flat surface again, and we've got a not bad place to put the wheels on, which is off of these guys because they get smaller at the end. And I think I want them like that. Yeah, that's perfect. As well absolute them. Hey, that looks good, actually. That actually works. I've got the lines, like, lined up there well enough, and then from underneath, it shows as though there's a place for them to tuck into. I'm okay with that, I think. Move you up just by a touch. And from the underneath, still got a hole. Cool. Those are really far forward, though, Pawn. Oh, yeah, they are, aren't they? Fuck. It's too far forward. Let's try moving them back. Say there. Still got a hole to tuck up into. Got some line alignment. There's a lot of fucking things in my overlay while I'm looking at it. Ah, those are way too far forward. Can't land on that shit. I do think I want them this direction, though. I lined those lines up and then pulled down. We've got a hole to tuck into. We've got alignment. It'll be easy to take off. It'll be very hard to land. How much further back could I take it, though? You know? I keep looking at my options and wondering. That feels good, actually, in terms of, like, the weight and everything. I don't know how it looks, because, again, now they're as low as the one in the front. In fact, the one in the front might be lower than they are right now, which means the ship no longer... That's the point, Pawn. That's the big part of this that actually matters. Snapping. Absolute. Rotate them around. I wanted them that direction, but I need them to be higher. That should make it so we're sitting slightly up anyway when we're on the pad. Or not. I don't fucking know. But okay. It is 100% turbulent air, no airflow equals stall. Sorry. Any course change will ruin you. Groggles is right about that. Re-enter prograde. When you get ready to hit the engines, if you're not in the right spot, you will stall and flip. Any course change will ruin you. On what? These? Having the aileron, or the extra elevons up front? Is that what you're talking about? If I get rid of them, the center of lift pulls even further back. It's fine by me. I never liked them up there anyway. They always look stupid to me. Try and pull all the wing volume forward. You guys are nearly touching at this point, which would be cool and all. Wait, no. To F, local. And you'll slide along it. And then I can have these back where I wanted them in the first place, where the lines line. You know? Looks nicer. It's a lot nicer. What do you think? Huh? Way behind the center of mass at this point, but I don't know what's going to work for this. Center of mass is so far back on this craft, generally speaking, you know? It wants to flip for a whole bunch of reasons. Put it on the pad and give it a try. I'm going to call this a Mark II. We've made so many changes to it. So save that. We're just firing up these 2 engines to start. And no. We want to fire all 4 of these together. And, do I have fuel lining between those? I don't. And I don't trust. Oh, but I don't trust. I'm not even going to fix these fuel lines. It's prettification for later, Pawn. Yeah, isn't it, though? I'll put you there. Just right behind that little point. And then there. There you go. Got some fuel line that will make sure that all that communicates with one another. Completely different design now. Hi. Save and launch. Clear the runway and proceed. Oh, cool. So it apparently took us back to before any of the thing happened, because there's one of them sitting out on the pad. Yeah, clear it up. Thank you. Put it out there. Kind of a whole new ship, so I don't expect anything from it. Center of lift being so far behind the center of mass. It's a bit far back there, isn't it? But we'll just see how she flies. We'll just see where we stand after this. Trying to build an SSTO that goes to the moon, buddy. Goodness. Hey! It actually stabilizes itself on the pad once it loads in. This is a far better craft. SAS, throttle to full. Oh, no, it's doing some jiggling. SAS off. Just go. And then SAS on. Fine controls so that I can try and steer us down the runway. See if it takes off on its own again. I don't think it's gonna this time. Fine controls off. Pull up. Oh, we are up and away, and boy do we want to tip. Boy do we want to flip over. I don't know if we wanted to flip. We're just going really, really fast in low atmosphere, so maybe that's just a bad idea, generally speaking, Pawn. Wow. Oh, it wants to pull up. Oh, does it want to pull up? Just put you on the level, son. See if the SAS can even hold you. Look at how much pitch the SAS is putting on that in order to keep it from chipping up on the ball. Wow. That combination engine seems to get her done, doesn't it? Show me what's in here. It's 80. Do we have any of the small ones left anywhere? We don't. Shoot. Alright, well I guess we'd have to watch 80. Watch those. Boy, that's sucking through the liquid fuel. There are other places that contain liquid fuel that are also being drained from. Wow. It is giving us fucking speed and a half, though. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. Okay. Dead on the horizon. 320 meters per second at just a kilometer above the surface of the ocean. Fire those up. That's probably a good idea, right? Right? How could it not be a good idea? F. And she's gone. I tapped the F key to see what it could do, and she's gone. Turn those down. Go into a death spin. It's good. Good idea. Good idea. Yep. I'm gonna be doing exactly the opposite of what I'm supposed to be doing right now. Alright, yeah, what are you doing? Chase cam. You're supposed to be chase cam. Don't fucking do things like that to me. What are you doing? Fire up these engines. Just fire toward the sky. And the tourists would have survived. It's fine. That's a fine craft design is what it is. Fine craft design. All right, you can go ahead and revert to launch, and we'll actually try and fly it this time. Good. Slap the ground a few times. Get stable on your butt. And, no SAS. Let's fly. We don't need full throttle, is what I've decided. A little bit of fine controls to actually taxi us down the runway in the direction of the runway game. Oh, Jesus. Okay, that was fine controls. Did that adjustment. A little more. One little touch, one little touch, one little touch. Thank you. Thank you. I'm gonna go ahead and trim us. Whoa, 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 whoa. I wasn't watching. I was trying to trim. And there we go. Okay, too much trim, too much trim, too much trim. Too much trim. Still too much. Wow. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. Does it want to pitch up on us? The amount of trim that this needs. Look at all the trim I'm putting on it just to hold height at this speed, like, levelish. Trim it down, trim it down, trim it down, trim it down. Trim it up, trim it up, trim it up. Ooh, hoo, 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 hoo. Gear in, by the way. Gear in would be a good idea. Boy, it just seems to get grabbed and want to go a direction. Whatever direction it's pointed in is the direction it wants to go in. Okay, maybe pulling up. Maybe up would be a good direction to go in. Let's throttle down some more. Okay, throttle down some more. Yeah, we're very unstable. Soup's unstable is what I would call it. Soup's unstable in this craft. Let's SAS. We'll use the SAS. No. I'm still getting, like, used to what it does, you know, when you're just trying to fly it like a plane. And it doesn't rotate for shit. Do I not have, like, rotation controls on anything? What is going on here? Help me out with roll, please. There you go. Oh, there's some fucking stability we didn't have a second ago. That's Jermasian's fault, is what I'm gonna say. But yeah, look at it. It just, like, kind of wants to take off on its own. Get my wings on the level. Add some trim. Okay, that's about the right amount of trim for this speed at this air. It's all of that, all of the things. Head over here, pull up a bit. We don't slam into the water. It's a thought I had anyway. Alright, now our plane is flying like a plane. Go ahead and pull up, pawn. Pull up, pull up, pull up. Pull up. Thank you. It's back on the 90. Drag one wing through the water. Perfect, perfect. SAS now. We'll use some SAS. What are you doing? SAS, why are you pulling up? Idiot. So that's what we're going to use to monitor how much fuel we've consumed. Okay, got it. Head forward. Need some Reapers. We need to dump the jets at Burnout. I suppose actually what I could do right now is I could kill these engines and just fly on the Weasleys. So that's what we're doing now. It still wants to just, like, take off and twist itself up. So what are my recommendations for making this ship more stable? Because it doesn't want to be stable. It really doesn't want to be stable. It's very heavy. I feel like it's the fact that the center of mass is, like, back here. If I could get the center of mass up further forward. Could, like, flip the position of the crew cabin with something back here, and they'd be in the rear. And then have the weight of liquid fuel up toward the front of it. Trussing? The Leica 89. Could you use words that I know? F5, and let's see if Fizzwarp does that. Yeah. Yeah, it does do that. Alright, revert flight back to spaceplane hangar. Ballast. Yeah, that's... Bishop stars. Bruh. That's an image, isn't it? Pikamoo, bruh. That's a good idea. That was a good concept. Hey, what a concept. I think it's just, the weight needing to be toward the front, and that is problematic, because so much of the ship is built off of things that are in the back. What can I even remove is you know, what it comes down to here. This is one whole piece, and everything's built off of it. Let's switch that to be the center, the part, and then you're not off of there. What are you attached to? Where do you attach? Yeah, you do attach off of there. From this. Okay. Ah, here we go. Here we go. Offset wings back attack. They're already really far back, and the center of lift is well behind the center of mass. But I think it's just that the center of mass is so far back in the aerodynamic profile of the main body of the ship. It's I don't know. This is my idea. This is what I'm going for. I feel like everybody in chat is just, like, guessing at shit, so I might as well guess too. I'm gonna put you back over here, and then you over back to there, and then you come off of here, and the fuel's up front, and the passengers are somewhere. And then that's there, and then you should... That's a bad place for that to be. This is gonna break possibly everything. One on each side. What am I looking at right now? What is this I'm seeing? Put it on the other side. Does it make sense? It's backwards? I'm looking at it backwards? What am I looking at? I don't understand. So you guys go to the back, and now you're upside down. Okay, I see that you're upside down. Now you're right side up. Ugh. That was similar to how it was before, but now the tourists have no view of anything. Yeah. And the center of mass is still kind of where it was. Everything's massy. It's all very massy. Let's go back to how it was before. Put it back together. Cute. Right there. Bracknell Exile, continuing the sub they got from Little Magnets. Thank you, Bracknell Exile? Conventional planes are the only ones. Aerodynamic instability is not equal to performance. Conventional planes are the only ones. Warp is on rails, that's the difference. 1 times physics, there is drift. Yeah, I'm not worried about that. It's like, it's unstable in and of itself. It wants to pull up constantly, and it's gonna flip itself when I try to do anything with it. I could try the stupid things. There you go. There you go. Wings a little bit down. You know? And then... wings a little bit down. Right? That'll work. That's brilliant, is what that is. That's gonna be... so you have too much lift for your own good. You think that's it? I could definitely do with getting rid of some... I would be happy if that were our issue here. I'd be more than happy to get rid of some of these wings. Yeah, Kerbal. Just like it was before on this angle of snapping. Sure, yeah. Well. Be more than happy to reduce the volume of wing that we've got. One of those delta wing pieces can support that thing. 1 delta wing. These? That's the delta wing. It's still gotta look cool. Still definitely gotta look cool. You could go away. Stop the fucking... drop the C. Drop it. Drop the fucking snapping. Huh? That looks cool, right? We're doing the important thing is that it looks cool. That looks cool. We reduced a little bit of the lift. I'd love if this were correct, if this were true, if this was like, yeah, that's all, that's the only problem. How much do I think that is true or correct? Not at all. But I would love it if it were. That's neat. Neat little design, a little bit left right. Also, auto strut is a thing. Yeah, but I don't. I like the strutting. And auto strut. I like doing the strutting. You know? Does auto strut actually add mass and stuff like that too, appropriately as it should? Because even with it, I feel like that's like, if you had an auto make it fly button, would you do that too? You know, what point does that end? Huh? You attached to you attached back here, maybe one more here, because fuck it. You know, you have the break physics because I can't be asked button, that's cool. That's, you know, hey, what are you gonna do? Some of us can't be asked, that's fine. I'll come back to it, make it look good in terms of the struts, the fuel lines, and everything, if we ever get it to, you know, work at all, would be the concept there. Can you go back any further? Not if you want it to be a little bit up on the pad the way it is. Say what we could do, what could we do, what could we do? We could take off on exclusively those, or exclusively those. Probably these are cheaper to take off on when they're not in afterburner mode, and then we kick those in once we're where we want to be. That's probably viable. That's probably the most viable version of that. Center of lift, very reasonable now in terms of where it is the center of mass. The overall profile is that the wings don't extend much past the engines. The center of mass is like not in the middle, but it's you know, it's good. It's like the 2/3 mark. From 2/3 to 1/3, I don't know. But let's... Did I already save it as the Mark II? I think I already saved it as the Mark II. So we're fucked. I'll just save it as the Mark II. Launch it. Honestly think a simple delta wing with canards looks sick. Oh yeah? You like that? As 1161? Just with the people and they got numbers in their names, I'm trying to like figure out, okay, what are these numbers meant to be for letters? So, Azebi? Is it a ZB? God, my girlfriend is making me so hungry right now with all the food she's cooking. SAS. Throttle to full, no SAS. I don't need it. And then you don't worry about it. Alright, just go. Get her going. Off of these guys. Once you stabilize a little bit while you're rolling down, I'll put some SAS on. You can like try and hold yourself down the runway there. Just call me Az. The numbers are for stupid authenticity check. Alright. As the numbers turn, so are the days of our life. Pawn built the helicarrier. Pawn can build anything. Yeah, just give me 40 to 120 hours and I'll nail it for you. Pull up. Whoa! That's a little bit up. That's a little bit more up than I intended. Okay. How is this? How is it? How? Fly it again so that I can get a better idea. Like, what? What? You know? You got the center of mass, the center of lift in a decent position, the fucking center of thrust is, and there's two of them, and we're not going that fast down the runway, and what is going on? No SAS. SAS is shitty. SAS can't do this. SAS doesn't know what fucking life is. How many children did SAS bring into this world? I'll tell you how many. None. None, baby. How many have I brought in? None. So we're even there. 70 meters per second, pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up. 80 meters per second, pulling up. And you just flip. You just flip, regardless of what the center of mass says it is, you just flip. I'm getting, like, I'm to the point where I don't fucking care anymore. Like, I need you guys to tell me what is wrong, because I don't have a lot of fucking patience for this at this point. Okay? So you need to fucking tell me. More control surfaces. More of them. Alright, fucking more control surfaces. Here, have some fucking control surfaces. More control surfaces? Have some fucking control surfaces. Fucking control surfaces. Put your fucking control surfaces up your ass! So, with snapping, and then just rotate it 17 times, because the designers couldn't be asked to try their game before they put it on. And notice, oh wait, that shouldn't be like that. There's control surfaces near the front. Mass, zip-a-doo, there you go. I got them here, we got them here, we got them here, we got them here. Got them all over the place. We got them in front of the center of mass, we got them side of the center of mass, we got behind the center of mass. Reach over here, I'll say, you need to do, what do you need to do? You need to do, like, no yaw. Don't do yaw, but go ahead and do pitch and roll. You are pitch and roll, you're just pitch. No, roll for you as well, and then you're just yaw. Alright, there's more control surfaces. Boom, done. Now it's fixed. Fly it. No problem. Long story short, it looks gooder and flies worser. Symmetry pawn. Did I just put one on one side? Because, you know, in the spaceplane hangar, where pretty much everything wants to be attached in two-sided, and you're hovering over a part that was attached two-sided, it doesn't auto-default to two-sided. Is that what happened there? Was that bad game design again? Snuck into our little project. Is that what happened? Is that... Oh. My bad. My bad. My bad. Not theirs. Mine. Mine. For not remembering to press the button that should be assumed when you're in the spaceplane hangar, and there's all this... You got a different fucking camera mode, but you can't... Fucking cocksuckers. Squad wins again. Yes. So how is your internet? It's doing good today. The 2 times that it went out during the live stream were the last times that it's gone out since then. As far as I know, anyway. I do occasionally sleep when I'm not shouting. I might shout a little bit while I sleep, just to stay in practice, but, you know, you do what you gotta do. Yeah, just keep bouncing, bitch. Zeus, throttle, and then, like, the concept of fucking physics easing, you know? Somebody teach it to these devs. So, SAS on. And just go down this runway. So we got more control surfaces. Now, no problem, not gonna flip. That's what we decided, that's what we determined, that's what we know to be true. F12, there's your lifts. There's all your lifts for you. All of the lifts are there for you. At about this speed, I could pull up. I'm not gonna pull up, I'm just gonna let it fly itself. Why would I pull up when it could pull itself up? You know? Why don't you pull yourself up? Why don't I just pull in the landing gear and see if things work out? Off the end of the runway. Landing gear in. Some weird forces there. They're a little bit off angle, aren't they? Not quite for the purpose of lift. So we're just flying off of the Panthers right now. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. Now, if I were to turn SAS off, it would just immediately do that. So, more surfaces, not the solution. Next! Who's next? Who's next? Too much lift? Too much lift in the front? Too much front lift? Too much frontal lift. That's what I'm gonna say. How about that? How about too much frontal lift? These have helped absolutely none. Get them the fuck out of here. Don't do anything. More boosters. Yeah, no. Fuck yourself. It's too much lift in the front. So, you can eat shit and die. You're gone, Delta Wing. Goodbye. Thanks for coming with us. Thanks for joining us, you shit-stained motherfucker. You cock-sucking, shit-eating, dick-licking, tit-sucking bitch. Thanks for your time, though. We do appreciate it. How am I gonna attach anything? I don't fucking know. But I'm getting rid of that. The swept wing, off the front. See, well, it was off of the side is where you had it started with, Pawn. So fucking snapping, thank you. On both sides, shockingly, game. I know, I'm blowing your fucking mind, but on both sides. You sweep back like that to start with, and then whatever this was, just go in there and it looks cool. Right? That's just gonna happen. No snapping. Snapping. No snapping. I don't know what is life at this point. Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. Oh, wait. Something happened there that almost looked like... Just attach it. So I don't know. Rip you off. I just rebuild the fucking wings from nothing. Just rebuild them. Rebuild. You should eat shit and die is what you should do. How are you out there?
Simple fixes: take the plane exactly as it flew last. Remove the canards, add a single small tank immediately behind the nose, and I think it will fly.
I don't have canards. I got a couple of little lifting surfaces up front that just kind of make it look cool. That's all it does. They're not. They're just lift in the front. You want any lift in the front? All right. I'm rebuilding the wings. I'm rebuilding the fucking wings, basically from fucking scratch is what I'm fucking doing. So you, here, why would you, what is that with snapping? I put it on the back here and it ends up out there. Oh, designers. Designing games, though, aren't they? Alright, so, you, you, snapping, with fucking absolute, just to get the right height, really, is what I want from you, and then not absolute and local, or not snapped and local, you like that, and then something profit, right? We all get that, something profit from here. I need the one that attaches on the edge. Yes, that's the one. It's gonna look way less cool. Lift, mass. It's already behind it again. How the hell did I do that? Well, you did it, Pawn. Don't question it. No shit. Don't fucking question it. What are you? Small delta wing. But I'm sorting by mass. How are you that far up there? Is this all just too much? I don't even need you. I don't even need you. Give me a little structural type D. Fuck. Yeah. The fuck. Yeah. And then you attach to there, just so I could rip things off from other places. Have you. And you, maybe. It's two of the same thing. And the rest of you, go fuck yourselves. Nobody cares about you. Nobody loves you. Nobody ever liked you. Do I actually need one of these for here? Do I actually want one of these for here? Oh! Well, yes, I do. That looks very neat. That looks very cool. It's ridiculous, but it looks very neat. C. 2. Fucking F. There you go. To the right height, even. What if? What if? Pull you out. To local. Just get past the texture tearing. You're still texture tearing. I don't think I understand you. Why are you at two different, like... Are you thinner than the other or something? Whatever. You look great. You look great, hon. Yeah, that one. And then you. Dual tail. Find fins on the inner side. Ah, you ain't fucking buy it. What is he saying? Nobody knows. Ah, fuck it. You actually attach to here. Nope, nope, nope. Just drop it. Nothing attaches the way that it would make sense to in this shittily built game. This unplay-tested game. Let's just say that. Let's say that they had a community that was playtesting it for them for years for free before they got anywhere near release, and they failed to take any opportunity or advantage of that. Having surrounded themselves instead by a hug box that told them everything that they did was wonderful because you're the only ones who made this game. As opposed to just giving them fucking fair, reasonable feedback. Telling them what they needed to hear so we got a better game. Got a good game, even. How does that look? Ah! Oh, that's always gonna look like that? Alright, well then fuck it. Okay, we got a couple control surfaces in the back. You're still set to no yaw, you're set to exclusively yaw. Huh? That's all we need, right? Who needs more than that? Tiny amount of lift. They're hurting you with the link. Needs to be just a single delta will do. Dual I'm not gonna put a single fucking delta on it. Just make it look ugly. Do you think? Look at what I've done here. Wake up. Realize who you're talking to. Silly, silly person. But yeah, that'll fly. That'll do it. And I haven't saved that at all. So we'll go on, now we'll call it the Mark III. Save. That's got it. That's how KSP works, Spawn. Just slap an ugly thing together in the deltas and then you're done. Yeah, kind of. Pawn's ego is on the line. My ego? What's on the line is, you know, but at the end of this live stream, I'm just ready to go back to Cluster Truck. Next 2-3 streams in a row. Kerbal Space Program. So much fun. I didn't reattach those with, I didn't strut them up.
That looks better, might take a little more, but it'll do a little better.
We'll find out. We'll find out, Groggles. Thank you for the cheer. F12. Watch the aerodynamics as it goes. Gonna need another little touch there. A little touch. Keep us on the runway. Back to full controls. I'm just seeing if it'll like take off on its own. Who knows? Who knows? If it doesn't, then what happens when we're in free air? It immediately flips. I mean, it doesn't have to. Let me actually try flying it. I kind of just let it do its own thing. You know, it's kind of my fault. Palm, what did I miss that makes this plane so much worse than the one you built last stream? Yeah, me too. What did I miss that makes this one so much worse than the one that I built last stream? It's good, yeah. You answer that question, you'll know the truth behind everything. Build cool-looking planes, they never work right because fucky wings physics. Like, because of the game, or... I got more wing, like, here, like, toward the rear than I have anywhere, and so there should be more lift happening back here, which would keep us flat, but no. Alright, let's throttle up. I need to strut these, too. That could be, you know, somewhat problematic. Turn the SAS on. Give me fine control. Steer us down the runway. More to the left. More to the left. A little bit more to the left. There you go. Right, with SAS on, at 100 meters per second, 100 and some meters down, I'm just going to pull up a little bit. No? Didn't happen. Whoa! Okay, you want to fly? Oh, yeah, it wants to fly. Alright, I learned absolutely nothing from that because I did what I did. Fuck me. Back to the spaceplane hangar. Passing wind, hi hi. Hi hi! We had a flying plane, now it's shit, and everybody's got an opinion and none of them are right. You know, I've tried like 15 different things that people have suggested over time, and each one seems to have made what I had started with that much worse, but I still need the suggestions because I have no fucking interest in carrying on. Center of mass further forward. Center of mass further forward. I can't really do it. We reversed different things on the ship. We weren't able to actually accomplish that. We weren't able to actually accomplish moving the center of mass forward when we were trying. Okay, yeah, no. Don't assume that I want two-sided symmetry, because I'm the first person to ever have this recurring issue in the game. So that's closer, but now I'm blocking my tourist's view. So what we would then have to do is queue up. No, you can stay on. I would set you as the root part. And there we go. So that moves a little bit of the weight further forward, I guess? Maybe? Sort of? I don't know. It's a little bit further forward. Makes these big heavy engines came up a little bit. Does that help? Crack. More. I can't do more. Like, I can't. I'm just gonna continue extending the tip of the ship out further and further, because I need the tourists to be able to see, you know, where they're going. It's a tourism program. I can move you up to here before I block their view. What is going on here? What's this? Oh. Okay, nope, can't move him up there then. Pull back a little bit. I can have you there. That's as far forward as the mass gets. The center of lift would be nice if it were further forward. But then it extends past things like that, which is weird. It looks weird because it is weird stuff. So there's that. What if you took these and you rotated them in? And then drew them back. pulling all of the components that I've put here further forward, and then grabbing everything that I've got that's weirdly like that, and absolute with snapping, straightening them back out. And pulling them back.
If you really want to cheat and can be asked at this point, the cheat code for this is more reaction wheels, like 3 or 4 of them.
I'm not sure if I'm there yet. But that's like center of mass at a reasonable point for the center of lift. The center of lift, we've moved even further forward on the craft. We've got control from here, control from there. You know, if I put some just like straight up canards on the front of it, then maybe we'd have, you know, control authority from the tip. If I use the winglets. Drawing our center of lift further forward. But, who gives a shit is a question that I'd like to ask. Who is the person who gives a shit? Who is that person? Does anyone know that person? I don't think they're here. I don't think they exist. I would like you to not penetrate that, but in the back, you need to not be touching. You're touching. Well done. I can just move you guys back a little bit more. Now with those canards up front. It's more control authority than anything. I just don't want to see the wing in the fucking engine. If I could have that, you'd allow me that courtesy. You fuck. What are you connected to? Nothing? Is it nothing that you're connected to? By the way, who didn't like retexture this? Who did not repaint that to be cool? Yeah, I guess that would be the one. But but you need it to extend beyond these, which is why that is, and then the length, and it's important the way that it is. Okay. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. The wing is penetrating into the model. Pull you back. You're no longer penetrating in a way that I can visibly see. You know, as opposed to the other kind of seeing, where it's not visible. The other kind of see that you have. There you go. No, you're not doing that. Embed a little bit more, please. Thank you. And then you guys can just move a skosh back. Okay. Perfect. What I'm pulling. You could have the wing go entirely through that engine like a nacelle would have. Just have one wing that penetrates all the way through. This is such, it looks like such a thin little, there's nothing, you know, to actually act as a wing on this thing. It doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't make any sense to me, the way that it looks. It doesn't make any sense to anybody, does it? Does it make sense to anybody? We'll just put you there, and have you come to here, and there we've got a strut on both sides, holding those wings a little bit more. Junos are heavy. Decouple those bitches. I'm not gonna do that. It's an SSTO. SSTO to moon. This looks actually kind of fucking neat. If that were to work, I doubt it's not gonna work. Yeah, it's the Juno. Yeah, everything else. Let's launch it though. Go ahead and put it out. We'll give it a try. Pretty cool looking. Oranges are also a disaster for planes. Oranges? Well, yeah, don't throw oranges into the turbines there. That's definitely, that's a disaster for anybody. Throw oranges at them. Haven't you heard Bing Crosby's kids and their stories about how he used to throw oranges at them? Hang on, I also get a lot of moon contracts. I should build an SSTMO, right? Shouldn't everybody? Except for that this process sucks. Let's go ahead and fire those up. Get you up. This is going to be, I'm going to act like this is going to be a good flight. We're going to need all this data for it in order to fly it the way that it's because it's going to go so well. Fine controls, a little bit to the right. Still pulling to the left on the yaw, but you know, you do you, okay? And pulling up at 100, and something blew up, and we immediately flipped. I'm like done. You know? It'll still be flippy at that you accidentally fixed, then unfixed. What did I unfix? Because the center of mass is on top of the center of aerodynamics? Is that the problem? But it's because the wings, like, they can't look like that, you know? They can't look like that. I refuse to, like, have them look like that. This just means that the wings get redesigned for the 9th time. Oh, that stubby nose is killing you. Stubby nose? What are you talking about? Fool! Because, like, what I'd like to do is just embed the two, but then you get texture tearing. Yeah, you get texture tearing. But what I could do, I suppose, is something like this. And then, well, that's now the center, it's in front of it now, Pawn. That's the opposite of what you needed to do. That's the opposite. Oh, okay. Well, then take it back. Jesus. This is how long we've been doing this. But I kind of like that look. Kind of like this being... Stop it. No, you need to go back another stage. I kind of liked the, you being there, and then local, and slide them in. Kind of like that. Yeah, that's way cooler. That's way cooler to my eye. To my eye. But I don't really have room for the wing to, you know, like, it's got the whole fucking thing needs to do this again. I gotta do that to get it back again, twist it back where she came from, just attached, kinda. Looks like it. Yeah, you're still in there. You're deep in there, in fact, honey. Okay, so you got that, and then you guys on the local can come out just a little bit. Thank you very much. And then this needs to be straight, be the straight kind of straight, which means absolute with snapping. Grab it, rotate it, and then figure out where you want it to be so that it looks not shit. It's gonna look shit, isn't it? Well, maybe like dead middle of all this, and then to the back. Yeah, no, that looks shit. That's a lot of shit looking going on. A whole lot of shit looking going on. And they could be a little bit off, I suppose. How are we looking in the center? It's just right in the fucking middle again. Right in the goddamn motherfucking middle. Does the fact that the lift is not perpendicular to the axis of the plane make any difference? It looks like it's angled slightly backward. I think that's an effect of the elevons being adjusted and stuff. But you need to go back further. You need to pull forward. We're on local, so I'm fine with doing that. And then we've got it behind the center of mass again. One thing at a time, one thing at a time. What are things at the time? There's that, and there's C. Snapping. Absolute. See, but that needs to flap up, which is why you don't want to do it there, Pawn. Is that why I didn't want to do it there, Pawn? Yeah, that's why you didn't want to do it there, Pawn. Okay. Well, then I don't know where to put it. Just put it there for now. You make it look good. You know, never, probably. It's probably impossible. But out there. Yeah, that actually looks pretty okay. Pull it forward a bit. Forward a bit more. Yeah. And the center of lift right back on top of it again.
Final try to explain clearly. Look at the central tank, see the length that is orange. Aim for the center of lift to be that length behind the center of mass and it will fly okay.
You saying the center of mass needs to be further back? You want the COM there? Center of lift to be that length behind. Oh, you want the center of lift to be that, so like there? So where the line starts? That's how we fucking had it, by the way. You know, and it wasn't flying well. And now I'm gonna do that, and then we'll get to the end of it, and then Groggles, all you gotta do is, like, just not care, and I put all my fucking time into it. It doesn't work, and then, you know, here we are. And I'm just surrounded by people who are giving me all these tips that don't actually fucking go anywhere. This isn't gonna fly, this is so carrot. Yeah, I know. People, this goddamn motherfucking, god, shit, fucking F. Because this is literally, this is exactly what I changed, was, if that's flat, then that pushes the center of lift back faster, harder, quicker. Like, that was what I rotated in order to pull it forward a little bit. Now I pull it forward there. Not embedding the engine anymore? No? Okay. We'll be a little bit embedding, not embedding, but just make sure you're attached to it. Yeah, no, I had it good in the first place. There you go. How are you guys in two different places? I used the fucking absolute snapping on this shit. You know, it's gonna turn out to be like shit like this, is what's been the problem. You know, some object with fucked up drag, because despite the fact that I took my time and tried to fucking create the absolute, make sure that the absolute was correct and everything, it just didn't happen. See, the absolute is correct, but how are you guys in two different places, absolute snapping? Because you were, I just dragged you back manually, and now you're in the perfect... The shit, and you, and die. Eat it. And then you go and die, game. See, and then as soon as I put that back, we're right back to where we had it before. So we need more center of lift toward the back, which can be achieved just by doing that. Boom. You like it? Groggles? We're there. F. Absolute. That. Let's set all of our ailerons back to, like, whatever it is they're supposed to be. Or elevons, rather. Are you... Did you do a thing there? Did you just twist? I think you just twisted. Something's twisted. It's that. Okay, you're back to where you are, you're back to where you are. Right. Good. It moved again, fuck. Now, yeah, all the elevons are back to where they are, just flat without fucking with them. So... Yeah. So, yeah. Where we at now? What are we doing? It keeps fixing, then unfixing. Yeah. Do this. C. Slide you up a little bit, because you're too close. To the rear. Too close to everything. You. Fucking grab it. Out there. And gets it further back. That's basically where you want it, right? So, mass, you doing all this in one-sided symmetry, you little cunt? You did that in one-sided symmetry. Okay, no, because it wasn't snapped while I was holding Alt. No, that didn't happen. Sure, we've got... I'm just trying to make sure because the snapping was... I don't know. What? Anybody understand that? Because I just pulled it off and put it back so that it would be perfectly snapped in the middle of that part. Anybody understand why that's like that? What is that? What's that about? Everything's like flat and stable and the front wings are tilted. What front wings? F, 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 F. Okay. Absolute. Okay. Pull them off. Fucking reattach them. Alright. Center lift, center mass, everything's checked out. Yeah? I think we're good. Groggles is there, go. Alright, we got a proper aerodynamic engineeral kind of guy is doing things. I would like to move these, but we'll come back to that. Start off with those, go with that. Mark 3, that's the Mark 3. Fuck all previous Mark 3s. Go ahead. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, and the things that I'm doing, by the way, while I'm building this, that I'm placing something and then switching using F in and out of local and absolute mode, and then, you know, changing rotations and movement in order to snap things on. These are so many thousand miles away from what a player coming into this game would have any chance of knowing or discovering or finding out, or having a, you know, idea of how they should use them. But it's like just necessary to play the fucking game to know these systems. Go. And SAS. What about the motors clipping into the wings? The motors aren't clipping into the wings. The nose cones are, they're empty parts. I'm even okay with the idea of the fuel tanks clipping in because you can store fuel in wings, you know, so it's like, if it looks like it could be a proper, you know, design and just have been engineered that way, then I'm okay with it. 100 meters per second, little pull up, little pull up, little pull up, big pull up. Pulling up hard now. I almost got it off. I almost got it off the ground there. Ooh. Okay, close. Close but no cigar. Close, but hang on. I can remove the intake because they remove the advantage of stacking air intakes. Good things to know. Let's go back and let's do that. Revert to the spaceplane hangar, but I'm pretty okay. I'm pretty comfortable with this being what this is. I can give it more speed off the tarmac if we just need to generate a little bit more lift. I could move the center of lift just a little bit forward of where we've had it, where we have it right now, and I could do that actually just by doing this. And get that cool, like, flying fish look. Isn't that just the coolest look ever? The flying fish kind of a thing. I just love that. But yeah, I was looking at these and saying it seems like overkill to me anyway. So there's that. If we want a little bit more lift, we could create it with a little bit of drag from here. Are you attaching to that? You are. Ooh. Ooh. That's good. Let me just get the this out. Yeah, see that? You need to know that, and if you don't, you can't play the game. You'll just have no idea why things aren't working anyway when they don't work.